Welcome in, guys. How is everyone's day going? Hi, Tom, Titan, Scaramouche dropping the lurk first thing. It's good to be back. Yesterday's stream was so awesome. I also want to say thank you to Hitch for the host first thing before we even start. What's everyone been up to this morning? We got up early today. I don't know, we're just stuck in this schedule of like waking up at 5 a.m. So that's what we deal with, but it's been a really productive morning so far for us. Did a nice little kitchen cleanup. Did a couple of things for stream, packed up the giveaway boxes from our charity giveaway last month. So those two things will be sent out this week when we get our Twitch check to 2 lucky people. And then for the giveaway this month, some of you were in, some of you weren't. We have a lovely Christmas giveaway going on to win this beautiful handmade denim apron. So 1 lucky viewer is going to get this. And let's just say, if we do really good with this giveaway, maybe there will be another one. Maybe we'll feel generous. Santa will treat us well. Can I add hummingbird food to today's list? I have an 8th left. Sure. You heard the man, guys. We need to make more food for the birdies. Just sugar water. This pen's going in the garbage. And obviously we can see the rotisserie is already set up using the RONCO once again. 2 rotisserie streams in 1 weekend? What is going on here? What was the ratio? 4 to 1?
Yeah.
4 to 1 water to sugar ratio for hummingbird food. We can't shoot Rudolph. I mean, at least not until after Christmas. Then they can find a new one for next year. You're crazy.
I have a question.
Mickey, hi. Yes.
Where you put my headphone case? Is it underneath the stairs?
Yep, pretty sure.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's where it is. How's your day, Mickey? Yeah, without Rudolph, no one gets presents. So we don't want to do that before Christmas. That's just silly. I'm doing really good today, Mickey. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Had a nice productive morning, got up early, made a Vietnamese coffee, so I got the zoomies. I am ready to cook. Jubby, welcome in. How are you today? Oh, you only had 2 hours of sleep? How are you alive right now? I would not be living. Like, Sam knows this. This is like a very important thing to me, is I need a minimum 7 hours for me to be alive during the day and actually be able to function. It's like, if I don't get enough sleep, I am just not a good person. I know this. I'm glad I learned that early. Why are you being mean to Santa, Titan? Oh, your friend came over. Nice. You hate sleep problems. You have them often. I only had sleep issues like a couple years ago, but I think that was due to probably more anxiety and stress than anything. So yeah, not sleeping for like 3 days, that was an interesting one. I'd never want that to happen to myself again. Melatonin totally helps. It does. Titan. Okay, check it out, guys. This is the cookbook that we're cooking out of today. A lovely Canadian chef who has gotten pretty big in the last couple of years. He's done really well for himself. I mean, comes from a small town, definitely took the risk of opening his own restaurant in Toronto, so on the east coast of Canada. Not really the coast, but eastern Canada, let's say. And so it was called Parts and Labor, and it was kind of like an American food joint where you get burgers and fries and all that lovely, delicious, simple food. And I think he has a couple more branch offs now of P&L. Like maybe one is a little bit more fine dining, etc. And then he also, so how he started to kind of get big on the internet was Vice picked him up. I don't know if you guys know what Vice is. So Munchie's Vice picked up Matty and they started doing videos that way. And then he eventually got a cookbook deal, etc. If you ever want to watch very entertaining cooking videos, very different than this. There's quite a bit of yelling involved. Probably not something you want your kids to watch either, but he has awesome videos on YouTube. Just search Matty Matheson. Hilarious. And yeah, he makes awesome food, I have to say. He has a cooking style almost similar to mine where we like to keep things more simple and do things the traditional way. So this cookbook we got last year, so it's over a year old now, and we got it right before we were gonna take a road trip down to the States. So we drove from BC all the way down to Vegas, and then on the way back home is I narrated this cookbook to Sam. I like reading, he likes listening. He was driving the whole time for us, so I thought I would narrate for him. Amazing stories in this book, like backstories to the recipes that he's sharing. If you're looking for maybe a gift for someone that loves food, put this on your list. It's such a great cookbook. Fox Red Buddy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, he has donuts and steak on the table together. Can't go wrong with that. So what we're cooking today, obviously I have it marked. In the rotisserie, RONCO rotisserie prime rib. This is a first for me. I've not done beef at all yet in there. Suzanne likes cake. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We're just starting the stream, so this is a perfect time to arrive. And I hope your stream was good today. What'd you guys make? All right. How good does this look, by the way? So we can see there's a bone there, so I got a bone-in prime rib as well. So I'm gonna turn this around so I can narrate for you. So he says it serves 8 to 10, prep time around 2 hours. Ingredients, you guys, there's only 4 ingredients here for this recipe. Hey Myth, how's it going? Welcome in. 1 prime rib, bone in. He calls for around 7 bones, or I'm gonna go with just whatever fits in the rotisserie because every prime rib is a little bit different in size. 1 cup of canola oil. That is quite a bit. And then just salt and pepper. Very, very simple. I find that especially cooking in the rotisserie is it's a really high heat that comes off of the element burner in the back. So if you were to do maybe something with garlic and herbs, it could potentially burn and then make it taste bitter. So for this way of cooking a prime rib, I think it's better just to keep it simple with salt and pepper. What he says prime rib is the best meal ever. Cooked right, it has so many amazing layers. The salty crust, the tender and broken down outer decal. Much like pot roast, the fat that almost turns to bone marrow after being properly rested. Very important. And then the eye, so the very center part. So good. You get 4 different textures and tastes with prime rib, and I think that's why I love it so much. You never get bored with it. It keeps you coming back for more. Just when you think you can eat more, it sucks you back to wipe up that last bit of gravy. Yep. My father loved prime rib as well, and we are lucky enough to have a RONCO rotisserie oven. It was magical. I used to watch the turning piece of beef more than I'd like to admit, and we probably all will do this today. Don't feel bad. We just can't look away. Can't help ourselves. There's something about the rendering fats coating the salty meat mass and just turning and turning and turning. I mean, if you guys were in the stream yesterday, you would know that from watching the chicken turn round and round in there. It really mesmerized me, like I was a young Mowgli looking into Kaa's eyes, being lured into the snake nest. Oh no. I can smell the roasting meat as I'm writing this. It's just one of those things that fills the house and demands respect. I agree with that one. This is an expensive piece of meat, so yes, it does demand respect. We have to treat it with respect. He says, I love prime rib. Don't be like my dad. Do not overcook this beautiful piece of meat, and be sure to let it rest before slicing and serving. That, I think, is the most important part about cooking meat, is resting it. Hey Dust, welcome in, man. How are you doing today? Prime rib is easy to make even without a RONCO rotisserie oven, and you shouldn't be scared to take on this massive, intimidating piece of meat. This may be one of the easiest recipes in this book. You salt it, roast it, and then rest it. Simple as that. As you can tell, I haven't cooked very much out of this book because it just closes automatically. The pages have not been bent yet. It's pristine. Right? Just, oh, okay, sure. I wasn't reading this. We need a little weight in the center. So what he says, preheat the oven to 500 Fahrenheit or set on the prongs of your RONCO. Rub the entire prime rib with oil, season heavily with salt. Be very liberal here because this is a very large piece of meat. So because we just get to season the outside, that's not a ton of surface area for the salt to penetrate. So we need to make a really nice crust of salt to be able to season the very center of the meat as well as the outside. Yeah, we got it here. It's like half the size of meat. The meat baby. And Sammy, the meat man.
Well, today you're the meat lady.
Yeah, today I am the meat lady. Okay, so he says if you're using your RONCO, just set it and forget it. We want to roast this bad boy until it hits 120 Fahrenheit internal, or also 49 Celsius. And that will give us a medium rare cook. So nice red still in the center, and then a pink ring. And then we shouldn't really get a brown ring around if we rest it for enough time. So the inside of your prime rib should actually look better than that. To me, that wasn't rested enough. There's too much red juices still coming out of it. He says if you're using your oven, place the prime rib on a rack on a baking sheet. So we have the baking sheet and then a metal rack so that the air can go around the piece of meat. You don't want your meat sitting on the baking sheet because then it'll kind of steam itself and it's not going to turn out the same. So it says roast till golden brown at 500 for about 10 minutes. So we are doing a sear on the prime rib in the oven instead of doing it in a pan. And then we turn down the heat to 300 Fahrenheit and cook 1 hour or until it reaches your desired temperature. Remove from the RONCO or oven. Wrap the prime rib with plastic wrap like it's a newborn baby. So this is something I have never done before on stream or in real life. Usually when we rest meat is we kind of just tent it with foil. We don't want to have it keep cooking and steaming after we take it off the heat. But this is something different. This is completely opposite to what I've been taught. And I have an article to read after this, which kind of tells why we do that. So keep wrapping this until it's airtight, and then we have to let this rest about 45 minutes. So pretty much our piece of prime rib is gonna be completely cooked and resting by the time we even start doing our side dishes for this. Pretty awesome. It's nice to know that your piece of meat is perfectly cooked before you even start cooking your side dishes. You're good to go. And then after that, all we have to do is cut off the plastic wrap and slice. And he says the last sentence, "You're welcome." Like he's doing us a favor, right? Do that. All right, so a couple things linked today on the recipe command, because going with our prime rib, we're making Yorkshire puddings, very traditional to serve with prime rib, as well as roasting some rutabaga and just sauteing up some green beans with lemon and Asiago cheese. And then I also have some wild mushrooms to put with the prime rib, because we all know mushrooms and beef is a really nice combination. So rutabaga, green beans, mushrooms, Yorkshire pudding, and then lastly, we just need some gravy or au jus to put with it. I should narrate books. I should. Just be a book narrator, guys. All right, so I linked the Yorkshire pudding recipe we're using, as well as Matty's best prime rib in the world recipe. And then I found this article as I was searching around on the internet from Munchies by Vice. It says, why Matty Matheson plastic wraps his prime rib. Oh, how wonderful is that? Because I feel like we need to know why we do it this way, because I've never done it before. So let's quickly read this article. I think it's pretty entertaining. I like the way that, I guess, Matty talks and expresses his personality. So someone that is quite often in his YouTube videos is one of his mentors called Master Rang. Yeah, Tom. I'd be down for that too. I feel like I would enjoy eating black pudding. It's just the thought of it being blood throws me off. But I think I'd be able to do it when it's served with a bunch of other different things. Yeah, a legit English breakfast. So Matty says, Rang had never been to America ever. So I was like, what better way to introduce Rang to America than Las Vegas and the most iconic piece of meat? Why don't we have prime rib be a character? The prime rib is our guide. We're driven by the prime rib. And along the way, Rang experiences America for the first time, riding on a horse, learning how to lasso, the rodeo, shooting guns. As much as Rang says he used to run around the jungle in Vietnam with a gun, you still don't believe that. We let the prime rib be our fixer, and we let it guide us through Vegas. It's a very interesting thing, prime rib. Everyone cooks it differently. Everyone has their favorite little accoutrements with it, so side dishes. And everyone has a story about prime rib. Growing up, you were either a pot roast kid or a prime rib kid. I was a prime rib guy. I was a prime rib girl. Definitely something that was put on the table for special family gatherings. This was not an every weekend sort of thing. It was like either a Thanksgiving, Christmas, or Easter type of deal. If we felt like changing it up from turkey, we went with prime rib. Although, I will say prime rib is probably triple the amount of price of turkey. So just keep that in mind. You were a grilled cheese kid, Dust. Weren't we all grilled cheese kids? I hope so, at least. Unless maybe you're lactose intolerant. All right, so Matty says he was a prime rib guy, not because his parents had money, But because his dad grew up in a slaughterhouse and his grandfather was a butcher, imagine growing up like that. And then that was the meat. So we weren't rich by any means, but we always had a prime rib dinner most Sundays. What a treat. What a treat. I mean, why wouldn't you do that if your family owned a butcher shop? People have stories about it. It's a very iconic thing, even more iconic than roasted chicken or a roasted leg of lamb. Prime rib is so American, it's a powerful cut of beef. When I cook prime rib, sometimes I do a garlic oil salt puree, and I'll cover the prime rib and let it sit overnight. And I'll take it out and put it in the oven. Sometimes that burns the garlic and then it gets a little bit bitter. So recently I've just been doing salt and pepper. You can either cook it low and then turn the heat up at the end, or you can do a sear and then turn it down. So either way, I mean, I don't know which one is better and which is worse. I guess the sun decided to come out just now, so I'm just gonna fix the blinds. Blinded by the light. We got sunshine after a couple days. This is nice. Can't complain about that. Feels good. Sammy was a Sauerbraten kid. Well, yeah, you're German. Okay, so he says you'll get a perfect prime rib if you turn your oven to 500 degrees, as hot as it can go, get it to a nice dark brown, and then when it looks beautiful, turn it down to 275. And if you're cooking a 7-bone prime rib, so what we're aiming for today, cook it for about an hour and a half more after you turn the oven down. A thing I learned from Adam Perry Lang. So Adam Perry Lang owns a barbecue joint. I believe it's in Toronto as well. And this is not a spot we visited because the prices were so expensive, you guys. So this is someone who has brought Southern style barbecue up to Canada. One of the first people doing it properly, and he learned from Franklin barbecue. So that is what he's cooking. So something that Matty learned from this guy is he takes the prime rib out and we wrap it the same as barbecue. So he says, I wrap the whole prime rib in saran wrap like a motherfucker and let it sit for like an hour. When you wrap it, it breaks down the collagen. So all of the connective tissues on the inside, all the tendons, so that when you slice it, it's perfectly pink all the way through. Yeah, Dust. Oh, we will be visiting you one day, hopefully when you're still there. And I know like it's probably overhyped, Franklin, just because of the wait time in line, but it's still something I want to try. It's still something that I think we need to eat. Just to know. So Matty says, I'm a big believer in cooking prime rib medium because then you have that pot roast outside, the decal, and the eye is still nice and pink and tender and juicy on the inside. That's the best kind of prime rib. You can eat a big piece of prime rib, but you're still having different experiences within that slice. If you serve rare prime rib, that's whack. The gravy to go along with it is just fat, flour, and beef drippings. Simple as that. Yeah, the reason there's a line is because there's a line, right? It's so silly. But I mean, if there's a line every single day, that means they have to be doing something right. I mean, people aren't gonna keep lining up if they don't think the food is good or worth it. Okay, so that is our background of what we're doing today. So Matty says it should take 15 minutes per pound in the RONCO to cook our prime rib. I think we have to trim up the piece that we have. It's quite large, but I am not opposed to that because then that just means I have a ribeye steak bone-in to cook at some other time on stream with you guys, probably on the grill. So let's get this thing dressed up and then into the rotisserie because this is gonna take the longest to cook today. I'm gonna estimate probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours, but we'll see when we calculate the weight and time ratio. And then we can base all of our other stuff after that. Like our Yorkshire puddings shouldn't take us too long to make. The batter is really simple. Flour, eggs, milk, and then we need a little bit of canola oil for cooking. Some people like to rest the batter before we cook it. But this one says to not rest it, and the recipe I'm using is from BBC Good Food, which is one of my favorite sites when it comes to like English style recipes. So once we make the batter, which will take us, 5 minutes, then we pour that into a muffin tin with the hot oil, and it should take around 20 minutes, depending on the size of these. Okay, it says makes 8 large puds or 24 small. So like I just have a typical muffin pan, so it's probably the smaller ones, but we'll see. So maybe even less time, maybe about 15 minutes to bake our Yorkies. So we'll keep that in mind. Our meat will already be resting, and obviously we want to do the Yorkies kind of close to last thing so that they stay nice and warm for us. So 15 minutes before we plan to serve, we put the Yorkies into the oven. Roasting our rutabaga for the side dish. It all depends on what size you're cutting. For root vegetables, I like to go around 1-inch cubes with that, and then that'll give us around a 20-minute roast time at 425 Fahrenheit in the oven. Our green beans, really, really simple. They're the French style green beans, so nice, long and skinny. Does not take very long to cook. We want to preserve both the green color and a little bit of crunch in green beans. I love that when they kind of squeak on your teeth. And then we're just gonna dress them with some lemon zest and Asiago cheese. The lemon is gonna be to cut the richness of the beef and the Yorkshire puddings. And then the cheese is to bring this like nice salty, earthy element to the dish. So those should take us less than 10 minutes to do. So the rutabaga needs to go into the oven before the Yorkshire puddings go in. Remember that. And then for our au jus or beef gravy, I do have some beef stock that we can start reducing sooner than later so that we don't try and rush it at the end. Mad King Matt. I feel like you just resubbed the other day. It's already been 18 months, dude. Crazy. Yeah, we now have 2 kids. Yes. Twitch kids. I think Annie and I also have a couple. Just pumping them out, hey? How's your weekend been, dude? Also, let me tell you, Matt, that your wonderful tier 1 resub has entered you into our Christmas giveaway to win a handmade S&R apron from our friend in Vancouver. Putting the name into the jar. You got quite a few yesterday already as well. It's been all right. You got your ears lowered and you have a week to go. You have a wake to go to in an hour. Oh, dude. How are your ears doing? Are you in like super pain? That's crazy. Mad King Matt. Oh. Okay, but that's actually a surgery that some people get. I'm pretty sure I know someone from when I was younger that actually did that. That's why I was like, what? So you got a haircut and you're feeling fresh then. All right, Matt, you're in the mix. The draw is gonna be on the 31st. And you came right on time because we're dressing this meat up. Oh, hello there. Prime rib roast. Can we just take a note on the price of this? Because I was saying it is expensive. Yes, it is expensive. This roast is 12.5 pounds. So keep that in mind as well. $13.99 a pound is what we're paying up here in Canada on the West Coast. Get this out of the way. Let's see. So fresh and so clean. You got an earlier Christmas present from Heidi. You were shocked and happy. What is it? That's so cool, man. Let's check out this meat baby. This is massive. She sent you a $25 Amazon card. Congrats. Man, Amazon cards are always great to have. Do you know what you're gonna use it on yet? Yeah, and this prime rib is like AAA beef in Canada. That is one of the highest designations as far as grading goes. Nice rib cap there. Not too big of a fat in the eye, which is nice because you're not gonna lose all that when it gets cooked. And we got some nice fat on the side. Hell yeah, Matt. That'd be so cool. Get a new computer for your stream. Oh, wow. They tied it too tight. Never seen the string break on a tie before. Okay, so now, before we even dress this, we're going to take our rotisserie spit out and just measure to make sure that this is gonna fit. So far, I think we might be cutting probably this chunk off because it gets a little bit thinner near this end anyways. And if we do just this bit in the center, I think that will be perfect. We're not gonna overload the rotisserie. Yep, that's gonna be good. That way we can keep it centered. Do our little measurement. Not too big, not too small. Get a nice little cut on that. It looks so good, hey Dust? Hey Humble. Yeah, I changed up my schedule a little bit, Humble. So I'm streaming from Friday to Monday now. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And that way on the weekends, I can stream a little bit earlier and just have more time with everyone, especially my European viewers, because I know they always go to bed way earlier. Okay, get our sword out. The sword. Ha ha ha. And we are going to trim. Well, first we have to see where our bones are. Okay, so 1, 2. So there is no way with this piece of meat that we would be able to even get 7 bone prime rib in the rotisserie. So that's why I said earlier, you have to just see how big your piece of meat is and go from there. So we're gonna keep 3 bones. Actually, let's do these 4 bones. I'll just cut it off right at the string there, and that way we get one nice bone with a nice little roast on it. Probably do that on the grill or something later on. Yeah, you'll be able to go to bed at a decent time. Exactly. Okay, so first, just take our string off, but that leaves us a really nice line to cut and follow. It's nice and straight. So the butcher shop, as you can tell, they really do a great job of like anything that we order. They really put love into it. Okay, interesting bones here, guys. Might have to carve around just with my boning knife. Because as we can see, there's actually 2 sets of bones here. Norges! Welcome in, man. Does this mean you're home now? You made it back safe? Thank you very much for the 16 months. Another person entering the apron giveaway. I might have to get Sammy to write your name because I got meaty hands. Thanks, man. We'll do this. Thanks, Norges. Okay. A little bit of surgery involved in this. All right, so it separates here. Just need to carve around that part of the bone. Sammy says, boom. Keep the apron, Matt, and just send you food instead. Just send you like barbecue and stuff and jerky. It's an option. That's so good, Norges. So now, does that mean it's the end of the season for you and you're home for a longer amount of time? All right, now we want to just do really nice long slices so we get a nice even cut. Oh, this is beautiful. I'm excited to see how it looks like on this cut side. Hey.
Cheers. Like, hello?
Yeah, this is heaven.
We're gonna keep this for smoking.
What do I have in Hoju? Oh no. I guess I'm going to McDonald's.
Hey, Death Pirate.
A Big Mac. Matt wants bagels instead of the apron. Dude, we can totally do that.
That I could.
Bagels can send, because I've sent cookies before, so if I can send that kind of baked good, I can easily send bagels. We'll like vacuum seal them and everything. Shipping cheese? Meat, cheese, and bagel platter. Okay, we need to pack up this piece so it stays nice and cool. How do you want to pack it, Sam? Are you going to vacuum seal it?
Yeah.
Just give me a plate to put it on first. Can we send meat? Yeah, sadly, no, Tom. Like meat and vegetables, not allowed to send international.
Oh, yeah.
Matt! Yes, dude.
Mad King Matt gifted a tier 1 sub to Tom_hum. They have given 68 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the 68 gifted subs. Welcome, Tom. All right, Matt, that also means you now get another 2 entries into the giveaway. So every time you gift a sub in the channel, you get bonus entries. So it's ×2. So thank you, man. He only did it for the bagels. You hear that, Tom? He only did it for the bagels. All right, now we have our beautiful piece of meat that we gotta season. There's our cut side. So first, Matty says to oil it completely with just a nice vegetable oil. We don't want to use olive oil here. Nice higher heat vegetable oil. And then just salt and pepper crust on the outside. Very, very simple. Yeah, people out here encroaching on the apron. I guess I can leave that cutting board there. And then actually, okay, I'll oil it and then we'll put it on the spit. And then I find it's easier to season once it's already on the spit. Watch out, Dust. They're coming for the apron. Garlic olive oil, that could be good. I mean, if I made a kind of garlic canola oil, that'd be good too. Can you please just pour some oil and I'll rub it on? I got messy meat hands. I don't think I was gonna do Tony's. We did Tony's yesterday on our French fries though, Matt, and it was so good. Dust. Thank you, man. Gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Don't mind me, just rubbing the meat. Welcome in all new subs. That's 10 more for you, Dust. 10 more. Desperate. Thanks so much, man. I'm excited to see who's gonna win this thing. Stay away from the bagels. Desperate. You can change the voices, but I really like the way that she pronounces the names. Okay, as soon as Sammy's done, actually I can do this myself. This part of the rotisserie is actually really important, is we want to make sure the piece of meat is centered on the spit. Because this is such a big piece, it can be a bit difficult. Like, piece of meat versus me, it's almost as wide as my shoulders. Yeah, Mad King Matt. It's true, Matt. She really does. This should slide really easily onto here. Way easier than the chicken.
Bam.
And obviously let gravity do most of the work for you. I don't even know where those prongs are.
Hey, look at this thing. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Holy smokes. Normalized knitting.
Raid.
What the raid? Hey, brother Aaron. Lev, welcome, guys. Good timing. Sam, you're not done here, please. I still need a couple more sous chef things before you go. I will take a salt and pepper crust, please. Good timing, guys. How was the stream today, Normalize? Thank you so much. Yeah, a crate. Hey, Uki. Yeah, what monster? We're doing a prime rib today on the RONCO rotisserie. Cookbook cookery from a Matty Matheson cookbook. Pretty famous Canadian chef. We're taking some inspiration from him today. Along with this, Yorkshire puddings, some roasted rutabaga, some au jus to go with everything, and some nice lemon and Asiago cheese green beans. Perfect little Sunday roast tonight. Oh, they co-stream with Tabatai. Nice. Hey, Uncle Corey. The plates look like the one cooking thing. Yeah, welcome in, Lev. And so here's the thing, is we were gifted the rotisserie from a fellow food and drink streamer, Cooking or Cook with Ryan Howe. And we visited him last year in California because we're up in Canada. And his mom found the RONCO at the thrift store. So right now, first step we just took, that's like all pepper, was oiling the prime rib with just some canola oil to help our salt and pepper crust adhere. And then cooking this bad boy, it says about 15 minutes per pound. And that'll give you, I mean, hopefully come up to a nice medium rare within about an hour and a half. That's good. Give it a nice rub.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake,
You raised
shake.
120 bucks for St. Jude. Congrats.
Good job.
Proud of you. So much Korean food. Nice. Well, hopefully it's good leftover. You can munch on it throughout the week. So we need a really heavy crust on this piece of meat because we're only able to season the outside. So we don't have all of the surface area on the inside. That's why we need to go heavier with seasoning on bigger pieces of meat so that we're able to season the inside as well. We need a new sink, Norges? Yep, because I don't want to do dishes in the bathtub anymore. Like some of my bigger cutting boards do not fit in the sink, and so I wash them in the bathtub. Dang, in a really small orange like that. So I think that's good. That looks really nice. Kind of see how I pressed the salt and pepper on to help it stick. I definitely want to cook this around medium rare. I find that for prime rib, it has more fat in it. So we need to get that fat melted throughout the rest of the meat. So cooking it to rare is we are not going to get that, and it might actually be a little bit chewy if we undercook it. Whereas taking it up to medium or medium rare is we're able to break down the fat in there and it'll just come out juicier and more tender. So originally the piece of prime rib that we had was 13 pounds and we trimmed some off. So I'm gonna say we're looking at around 15 pounds now. Yeah, only 15 minutes per pound, Scrump. Just take a bath while wearing all your clothes and carrying all your pots and pans. Exactly, Uki. So you guys are saying you don't shower with your pots and pans? Oh. Well, this is awkward. It's like a built-in dishwasher. I am always willing to say hojerific. Like, I want you guys to ask these questions. So the 13-pound piece, this is bone in, so we're losing a little bit of weight with the bones, which is also why it's really important to make sure that you don't just throw the bones in the garbage. So tomorrow, we're taking all of the scraps left over, because there's only 2 of us here, and we're gonna make beef and barley soup for dinner on stream with the bones and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna show you guys how to not waste one single bit of this expensive piece of meat. 13 pounds at $13.99 per pound is what we paid. It was $174. Very expensive. And this, I'm gonna say, is gonna be one of the kind of last more expensive pieces of meat I'm gonna cook for a bit. I am trying to save a bit of money now. So this is, we're gonna go out with a bang, I think, here. Hey, Autism Mama. So good to see you. It's been forever. Thanks, Normalize, for dropping your folks. I know how it feels. Yeah, I want to stay with the raid, but I gotta go clean the kitchen. Don't work too hard. Thanks for the follow, Lev. Okay, let's go over to our rotisserie and get this thing going. I mean, the longer we chat, the longer until we
Tier
eat.
1 sub to Lev Ansgar. They have given 302 gift subs in the channel.
Norges! Thank you for the gifted sub to Lev Ansgar. I hope I'm saying that right. Lev. I'm just gonna call you Lev. Welcome to the Onion Squad. Also, Norges, that's another entry into the apron giveaway for you. Yeah, when your kitchen looks like a bomb went off. Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
Here's the setup. This is it. A well-used thrift store found RONCO rotisserie. Because, oh, I can't show you on my phone, but I looked for one of these because I'm in Canada. I looked for one on Amazon. The only one I can find on Amazon to buy right now, this is the only spot, $1,150 is the person selling it for.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to normalize knitting.
So good luck finding these things, guys.
In the channel.
Thanks so much, Norges, gifting this sub to normalize. You're spoiling me. Spoiling. Dust, yeah. My apron. No. It's okay, Dust, because remember, I said if we do really good with the giveaway, maybe there's going to be 2. Is it true that the apron comes smelling like a Sammy? We can make that happen. I don't even know how to pick up this piece of meat right now. Note someone else for the giveaway instead of you? Okay, I'll do Nike because Annie already has quite a few entries. Okay, look at this compared to the size. Oh, baby. That's a perfect fit. That is just gonna be lovely to watch later on. Of course with your hands. What else is it gonna be? Anyone says don't play with your food, well then they're not very fun at all. Imagine the juices? Well, funny you say that, Dust, because we don't have to imagine. We get to look forward to that. Thanks, Dust. Yeah, you missed Hojerific wrong. Sam, did you write that? Or we haven't wrote the extra one yet. Okay, since Norges said Nike, we're gonna go with Nike first. Hoju. And then we'll see what happens. Because I know Nike's not been around as much as he's wanted to be lately. Started work again, so I feel like he would be really happy with this. All right, next step here. Close this baby up. Of course I had to drip some stuff on the glass. Ruin the view. Okay. Yep, that's what we get to look forward to. Now is the time to set it and forget it. So I'm gonna go, let's start with 1 hour and go from there. I know that should be around the halfway point for us. I think that will be a safe place to check it. I know it won't get overcooked in an hour, and then we can take the temperature and see just how much longer we have to cook it for. On the side of this, there's like a little guide for the spit. It says for a medium roast, you go 18 minutes a pound. This rotisserie is pretty deep. Like, it fits up to a 15-pound turkey in there. Yeah, set it and forgot it. It needs some sort of alert. Does this thing hook up to Bluetooth? Okay, let me just clean up our little bit of mess on the cutting board. Yeah, Sammy said it and then Kate forgot it. Oh man. We cannot forget this.
Oh, yeah.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Gosses Bay.
Holy Norges.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to McGeorge of the Jungle.
Oh, yeah.
This is gonna be going on for a bit. Thank you so much, Norges. Note up Nike for all 50 of them?
Norge's store gifted
Oh man, he's not gonna know what happened.
Oh,
Yeah, Dust, no! Okay, so there's also other ways to enter though, but obviously gifting the sub gives you twice as much power. Because we can also do, obviously, your resub or new sub,
1 sub to Yang.
cheer 500 bits if you're interested in getting a new kitchen sink with us, or even donating $5.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Woodworking Mike.
Do not.
I won't.
Okay,
But that's funny.
yeah.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1
Dude.
sub to Aladar.
oh.
Welcome in, guys, all new subs.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Rotax 670.
Okay, I guess Sammy better start writing, hey? We're gonna need more
Norge's
Post-its.
store gifted a
Yeah.
tier 1 sub to the Kesh.
Oh.
Yeah, Sam now has to write like 200 cards. Matt, yeah, after all this, don't worry, I don't want my bagels. Norges, you spoil us so much. Thank you.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Agro Kitten.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Pretty soon it's gonna be oh no.
Tier 1 sub
But we
to
love it.
Kai.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Oh.
I mean, what better way to watch the Rotis?
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to
I might even do this.
Well, you have time while the
Oh,
rotisserie if you like to write some names.
Yeah, it's true.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Evaporate.
Because we need to watch the meat as well.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Norge's
We need
store
to watch
gifted
the
a
meat
tier
at the
1
same
sub to
time.
Dusty Heat.
Oh,
Rotisseration.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to
You're rigging the vote. He admits it. Okay, let me count these out.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub
Yeah, if there was a rotisserie soundtrack,
Full stack.
what would it be?
yeah.
Monastache! How's it going?
Oh, yeah.
420, Mike, welcome. Coffee for Joe, welcome in, guys. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
we need 100. Sam's just gonna get me a full stack of Post-its because each stack is 100. Then we'll be good to go. How's your weekend been, Monastache? Did your guys' Minecraft stream go well yesterday? Here it is.
Oh, yeah.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Tragedy RL.
Nike 2G, we're coming at ya.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to be like, by the way,
Norge's
Nike,
store gifted a tier 1
you have
sub to
101 entries into the apron giveaway.
Oh,
Matt!
Norge's store gifted
Also
tier 1
gifting a sub to Monastache. You guys are nuts today. If we had a sub gifting train, you guys have derailed it.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to
It's
Paul.
gone off the tracks.
oh, yeah.
Paloozer, thank you for the follow.
Norge's store
All right,
gifted
Matt,
a
that's
tier
2
1
for
sub
you.
to Liverpool.
I'm gonna get those 2 done first. Oh my god. And on today's stream, a rotisserie prime rib and writing post-it notes.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to
Yeah, Matt, stop it.
Norge's store
10 more for you too, Dust.
Cheers, everyone.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to T. Cassidy.
Yeah, those are gonna be some damn expensive bagels, but don't worry, Matt, we'll make it worth it.
Sub to Gina's No One.
Your Minecraft stream with Taz and Dish was amazing. Yeah, and also super hectic, I believe that. Norges. Yeah, you don't want this fight.
All 237. Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Moonless Mercury.
You guys are smart though. I mean, using the gifted subs to get double the entry, that's how you do it.
To Kitchen Confidence. Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Pandator_.
We're building the community.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Secure.
Let me also say that the incentive for this raffle is for stream upgrades for next year's stream, because we're closing in on 2 years of us streaming. So a couple things that we are aiming to get, obviously some new lighting so we don't have this reflection issue. We would like to get some Elgato key lights.
Norge's store gifted
Matt!
a tier 1 sub to the Folk Metal.
Gifting 2 more subs, thanks man. Don't worry, I'm not gonna lose track.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Jeanette 2091. Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Aquatic.
Thanks, Lev. Yeah, first year was a good learning experience for sure.
Norge's store gifted a tier
And
1
I kind of started streaming when cooking streaming was not really a thing. So it was a good tough battle for the first couple months.
Norge's store gifted
And then we ended up moving halfway through. But since last year, we have upgraded all of our cameras to mirrorless cameras. They're all Sony, so we got rid of the webcams. Obviously using some money from the stream to do that. I mean, we like to invest back into that for you guys. Paloozer! Thank you for the 300 bits.
Norge's store gifted a tier 1 sub to Whitefield.
Yeah, the meat's gonna be overcooked by the time we're done writing all this, Humble.
A tier 1
You
sub
might
to
be right.
Corjo.
And Dust, so there's no temperature setting on the RONCO itself. It just has one setting, which is interesting. We've kind of figured out how to make it work really well. So it has one setting, which is hot. Oh, there's the follow. Yeah, no temp setting. I know, it is interesting.
Desperate gifted a tier 1 sub to Chef Tommy Gun.
Pretty soon, I think this thing should start dripping some juices. See if I can get in
Gifted a tier 1 sub to FRLGHTNLGHT.
a bit closer. Okay, Matt, I'm finishing off the 6 for you.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to the Jungle Girl.
And then I'll finish off Dust's 10.
Desperate gifted a tier 1 sub to Chicken on Rampage. Desperate gifted a tier 1 sub to Fresh Life.
Yeah, sorry for creating work. No. This is great, Dust. I
Mad
need
King
this.
Mac gifted a tier 1 sub to Palooza.
We're all putting in effort here.
Mad King Mac gifted a tier 1 sub to Gator Pit.
We made it? Did we make it? Is it still going? Oh, we made it. Thank you guys for everything. You guys are insane. I love how competitive you are as well. 8. 9. Okay, so some other things that we still have to cook to go with our prime rib is we have to make up our Yorkshire pudding batter. Recipes from BBC Good Food. If you're interested in it, as well as the the rotisserie prime rib recipe. It is linked in the recipe command. So !recipe. I have those two linked for you guys. The Yorkies will take about 15 minutes to bake in the oven. That will also be paired with a roasted rutabaga for a vegetable side dish, which I'm guesstimating will be about 20 minutes to roast, kind of with the Yorkies at the same time. And then just some nice fresh sauteed green beans. Yeah, Norges, I didn't start the fire. Hey, Ghost, how are you? Good to see you today. We're baking lapdogs? What? No. You crazy? Make some mac and cheese? I don't have any noodlers for it. Yeah, what's the onions for? The gravy. Yeah, the travesty. We got no elbow macaroni. No! Dustin, Matt, you've been at it. If you guys are like, what's all the commotion about? It's this. It's this lovely thing. Handcrafted denim apron to protect you while you cook. It'll keep you clean, make you feel like you're wearing a suit of armor. Retail value for that apron is around $150 Canadian. My friend has a shop in Vancouver and he makes it all by hand. So same thing that I'm wearing here, just a different style. Another one, I mean, this is the very first one that I got him to make for me. So embroidered with our logo. And this one's a bit different. It's a lighter canvas and then it has a cross back. Very, very comfy. Feels like you're not even wearing anything. And Sam and I were originally the first kind of 2 people that he started testing the chef aprons on when he first started his company. So he's been going for probably just about 4 years now or more. Maybe almost 5, and he's doing really, really good. I mean, he's even had Jamie Oliver wear his apron on some videos. Vakesh, welcome in. Woodworking Mike, thanks for the follow. I do have a link, Matt. Yeah, I have the sponsor link on my channel page, and then I also have the link there with the apron, and you guys feel free to check out that site. I mean, he does ship to the US. Yeah, when we first opened the brewery, is we got basically an apron of every color from Will to dress the kitchen crew. Are we dripping yet? Nothing yet. Gotta wait a little bit more. All right, let's prep up while we're waiting our turnips. We can prep our green beans as well. But I know that for the Yorkshire pudding recipe, is we don't want to make our batter up too far ahead of time. Your kitty just slumped off the back of the couch. Just sits there for a minute. Yeah, like what happened? Were they sleeping? Cat's like, I'm up now. Yeah, the salt is, I mean, it's gonna first soak up the juices, but it's also gonna draw out a little bit of juices too. So Norges, now that you're home, do you think you can do some cast iron cookery with the cookbook?
Oh, yeah.
Ghost!
Gosters Bay gifted a tier 1 sub to final.
Gifting 5 subs! Thank you so much, Ghost. You're spoiling me today.
Gosters Bay gifted a tier 1 sub to Oinkavar.
You know what that means, Ghost? That's 10 entries for you into the giveaway.
Gosters Bay gifted a tier 1
Yeah,
sub
sleeping
to
on the Afghan just looks at it like, what did you do to me?
Oh, yeah.
Gosters Bay gifted a tier 1 sub to Gav 112.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's true, Lev.
Gosters Bay gifted a
Some
tier
days
1
I
sub
wonder
to Billy's
where we're gonna grab all of these gifted subs from. It's yours. The war. The apron war. It mine. Ghost is Bay. Yeah, yoink. Does it actually say that, Matt? I always wondered what happened when you run out. I'm sorry. There are no more subscribers to gift. Oh. Okay. It would be funny. Deal, Norges. You still need to season. Oh, you got new skillets. Yeah, they're hiding somewhere in a dark corner at the moment. Oh, Lev. Got some beer here. Cheers. That's amazing. You bought new baby skillets so that you can cook out of the cookbook I sent you. I love that, Norges. Yeah, Monastache. Oh, we're supposed to hydrate. Okay, water. Cheers. Yeah, beer has water in it. Okay, 4 ghost. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Ghost, you're green. So when you see the green Post-its in there, I mean, there's already a couple in here. You can be like, oh, I wonder if that's mine. Now you know, Ghost. When we do the draw on the 31st of this month, if I pick a green name out, can be like, is it mine? McGeorge of the Jungle. Yes, thank you very much, Norges, for the gifted sub. Okay, now it's rutabaga time. Or if you're in Europe, maybe you'll call it a Swede. There's a couple different names. It is starting to glisten, isn't it? The sheen, yeah, the shine, the sheen. There we go. Let me also note for you guys that I did pull out the piece of meat an hour before I started the stream, so it could kind of come up to room temp. Otherwise, it would take even longer to cook in there. Because first the oven has to bring it up to temp, and obviously those elements in the back, they're not that powerful, so it would take so much longer. It's been a meaty night on Twitch. What else were you watching, McGeorge? Sammy, you got some dripping cheese. Don't worry, guys. Sam's just making a mess in the oven. It's okay. Don't worry, I just wiped it out last week. Mrs. Ruby Raid! Ah! Welcome in. I want to see if this is going to affect anything. I don't like the glare on the rotis. How is the stream, guys? Whoop whoop. We got some rotating meat. Thanks for all the follows.
Congrats on partner.
Yeah, also, I don't know if all of you knew, but Mrs. Ruby just got partner this week, so congrats to you guys and your wonderful community. Well done, guys. That's amazing. Yeah, Lev, more viewers to gift subs to. Oh! All right, guys, so for those of you just tuning in, I am Cook with Kate. You can also call me Kate. There's also my fiance, Sammy. If you see him in chat, he is Omdog. He's also a moderator. And he does a lot of the behind the scenes kind of tech stuff, setting up my stream with me because I am not the most gifted with technology. No worries, Mrs. Ruby. Have a wonderful mass, and thank you so much for the raid. I've been streaming for just about 2 years. We're coming up to at the end of this month. I believe I started streaming January 7th, 2018. And I have been cooking professionally for over 9 years now, and I worked in 8 different restaurants in that time. Just trying to learn as much as I could along the way. I've even helped open a couple of restaurants as well. So a lot of behind the scenes kind of restaurant stuff. Matt, yeah, I found her first. Yeah, Sam is the walking beard. You've seen bits and pieces of him. He'll just come in randomly and like munch. That's Sammy. And you might also see him, sometimes on the weekends we do longer streams on our smoker outside. That'll be Sammy's kind of area of expertise as well. Yeah, another Kate? Oh yeah, just Kate. So I stopped working in restaurants of July this year. To be honest, I got sick of number one, the schedule. I missed spending time on weekends. with my family and obviously my fiance. Another one, why I left, I didn't want to work the long hours anymore in a kitchen. So you're working around 10 to 12-hour days usually in a kitchen, and sometimes it can just be too much. It's overwhelming, and you put a lot on your body and mind in those 12 hours. A lot of the time you don't get breaks, so you're standing for that 12 hours. Reason I started streaming is to obviously get myself out of that industry, which became kind of unhealthy for myself. I noticed that I wasn't enjoying it as much, and I wasn't as happy as I was now cooking at home and being able to teach others how to cook. So yes, I can cook very well, but I think that my skills are almost wasted just producing food for others to eat. I think my skills are utilized more when I can teach people how to cook at home for themselves. Because let's be honest, guys, I mean, the fast food industry has made it so easy and so quick to get cheap food. But maybe it's not the best for you. Maybe fast food is not the greatest choice, even though it is very inexpensive. So I'm here to teach you guys how to make restaurant quality food at home without breaking the bank. Lev, that's why you gave up cooking. You'd been in the food industry since you were 16. Yeah, I went to culinary school when I was 19. So I'm 28 now. And I worked in kitchens ever since then, sometimes even working in 2 at one time. Yeah, working from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. was overwhelming. I can't even imagine doing that at 16. Only breaks were for smokers, yes, and I don't smoke, so you don't get a break. Sad to say. So yes, a lot of people, in order to get a break when you're a chef or a cook, is you end up developing this smoking habit just to get a break at work. How unhealthy is that? Rolo, welcome in. Yeah, you wish you only worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But I feel like, Rolo, that's a little bit different when you're doing something for yourself rather than others. Sooty Bean, you hated working in a kitchen? Only the smokers got a break. You guys are hilarious just saying this over and over. Thanks, Claire. Good to see you today. I hope your stream went well. Guys, Claire_coffee, another food and drink streamer that you guys should check out. She's from Belgium. Okay, so you never went to culinary school, Lev. Honestly, culinary school was my favorite and most fun time of cooking. So it was a 2-year program instead of an apprenticeship, and it was so much fun. You really do learn a lot of the basics. Hey, Kit. Yeah, food industry, it can be super abusive. I think slowly we're making changes. I mean, if anyone's ever read Anthony Bourdain's Kitchen Confidential, that's a big eye-opener to what happens in the kitchens. Like, most of the time, you don't see what happens. It's rare to go to a restaurant with an open kitchen where you can see everything. Yeah, next up is Partnered Kate. Thanks, Claire. You guys are crazy. So this is another thing, is I went to culinary school to maybe eventually get my red seal. So I am a certified apprentice, or I guess I'm just a ticketed chef right now. And I feel like it was a waste to get my red seal unless I wanted to cook overseas with it. And honestly, in this day and age, I would say that for the most part, executive chefs are not schooled. And that's a big part about what's wrong in the industry, is that with most other trade work, when you have the schooling, you get a higher wage and you just get promoted more. and you just get more out of it. Whereas for cooking, I mean, anyone can really teach themselves how to cook. I just feel like if you take the effort to go to school, maybe you should get a little more out of it. And I'm just gonna be honest here, guys, with my wage when I stopped cooking. I mean, after working my ass off, let's say, for 9 years in the hospitality industry, I was still working for $16 an hour. So I didn't really see a change in the 9 years, which made me think maybe I am wasting my own time and skills doing that. Yeah, right, Lev? Like $12.50 an hour was the most you make? Crazy. But I think there is good and bad out there. Yeah, you get yearly raises. No, that's not the case. You started at 12 and you're almost up to 15. That's amazing.
You want a raise? Do you still want your job?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, if you ask for a raise, you might get let go in a kitchen. Because the door is always revolving. There's always someone leaving the industry and someone new entering. Very interesting topic to talk about, guys. Thank you for bringing this up. But don't worry, I don't have all bad things to say about the industry. It does teach you a lot of valuable life skills if you do work in a kitchen, even if it's only for a year or two. I mean, organization is a really big one. It'll make your job easier. Obviously, being on time, you don't want to waste your own time. Hard worker is a big one. If you don't know how to work hard, I don't think you would make it in a kitchen. You kind of just end up forgetting, like, thinking, using your brain, and you end up just doing like physical stuff. It becomes more about the habit of your motions that you make rather than thinking about every little thing. Another thing that the kitchen can teach you is multitasking, doing more than one thing at a time. That's a big one. Because some people even just get overwhelmed doing one task. Imagine doing 5 things at a time. Okay, I got my water boiling on the stove for my pasta. My potatoes are roasting in the oven. I need to sear my vegetables. Oh, my steak is on the grill still. Most of the time, you're watching all those 6 things at once to build somebody's plate. Also, you're trying to cook the food as fast as possible and still make it the most delicious. That's a challenge in itself. It's like, how do I make this fine dining dish so that when I get a bill in, it only takes me 10 minutes to prepare it?
Like, how do we do that?
Yeah. Good times. Really good times, I have to say. Like, I mean, that's life though. It's all about the good and the bad. And you just have to take away the good and leave the bad. Yes, Matt, multitasking, computer work, and modding on Twitch. Another example. Exactly, Lev. Yeah. So a lot of things that people don't know about restaurants is that I would say maybe minimum 70% of the dish is cooked ahead of time and then it's reheated.
Yep.
Think about that next time you pay for a $40 plate.
Well, I guess the only thing that's not cooked in normally is the protein.
Yeah,
Everything
usually,
else is, like, pretty
yeah,
much-
all of your side dishes are cooked ahead of time except for the protein. Yeah, right, Matt? It's like, you don't know that, but that's how it happens. Sad to say. Because how else are you going to cook amazing food for a 100-seat restaurant when you fill the entire thing in an hour? Oh, cool, Humble. You started working as a chef in the oil industry out on ships in Norway. Working 4 weeks on and 4 weeks off, and like 5,800 Canadian every month. Wonderful environment where you can cook for the same people you know and develop yourself as a chef. Best change you ever done. That's amazing. That actually sounds like such a great setup, and you are so lucky to have found that. To be honest, I'm jealous that you can have that. Matt, you just get gas station food. Yeah, that way you know it's been in there for 12 hours. Well, this is an interesting thing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the last restaurant I worked at. One of the best on the island here where I'm living is they got Best Restaurant Award last year. I was a part of the team for that entire year, so I'm very proud to be able to say that. I'm not going to name the restaurant. I'm not going to name it because I didn't really leave on a good note, and that also happens a lot, is when a good chef tries to leave the industry, your coworkers try and make it very hard because they know that their job is about to get a lot harder as well. So anyways, I used to start work at 11 a.m. and we didn't have dinner service until 5 a.m. is when the restaurant opened. So from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., we were prepping. And then we only had dinner service from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we actually spend more time preparing the ingredients than actually cooking for our guests. Very interesting way to do it. That was the first time that I ever worked in an environment like that. And it kind of doesn't make sense. But interesting nonetheless. How is this looking? So we can see that meat's kind of starting to get that almost grayish, sad to say. It's more of like a gray that you first get when you're cooking beef on the outside layer. And then obviously as the fat renders out, then we get our browning and caramelizing. But the juices are starting to run, and so far this is looking awesome. We are almost at our halfway mark for the first hour. Okay, see you soon, Matt. Yeah, we'll be here for quite a bit more. Yeah, letting the heat out. No, it's okay, Lev. It's okay. Seems like all restaurants that you've been around have long prep times to service times. Yeah. But then that's also kind of a bad part, is because you're not selling any food in that time. So you're actually losing money while you're prepping food. Rolo loved feeding the guys, but drove over 150K miles in 3 years on very dangerous roads. Yeah, don't miss that. Vanicor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna get some rutabaga and we're gonna start chopping. Thanks guys for the very entertaining hospitality industry talk. I feel like we're starting to educate some people. Baelsar, hello, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? What?
Josie bought rotisserie.
What? Josie, did you actually find a RONCO? Are you serious? Ugh. Not a RONCO. But it's still a rotisserie. It still counts. You're getting married next year in the fall? Congrats. Guess what? I'm getting married next year in the spring. 6 more months almost for me. It's crunch time. I am the wedding planner. Morphy Richards. I need to look this up. Or is it Murphy? Morphy Richards. This is interesting. Ah, with hot plates. So that's what they have in the UK, obviously. Cool. Oh, it has the hot plates on the top, so you can do your veggies while your meat's cooking. Awesome. Humble, you're getting married next year in the winter. Yeah, just need to find the bride first. So good. Daff, yeah, 6 months. No, I'm good. I know what I need to do. I mean, my dress is already ordered, so we're good. The rest is just like decor and finalizing some stuff. Yeah, bride optional. Good to go. Okay, let's switch up our view a little bit here. We'll still watch the rotis, but we're gonna cut. We're gonna cut some stuff. So rutabaga, or swede, as they call it in Europe. Peel this guy up. And then we're gonna cut it into about 1-inch cubes. I like that size for roasting, because keep in mind when we roast vegetables is they're gonna lose some moisture and shrink a little bit. So you always wanna cut them a touch larger than the size you want to serve them. Anyone else ever do a prime rib roast on a Sunday? I feel like Sundays are a good day to do maybe something a little bit more difficult in the kitchen. Take your time, enjoy the process. Yeah, Sunday is always a good day for a big pot of something. You got that right, Tom. And it's even better if you have leftovers for lunch on a Monday. That always makes Monday better. Okay, we trimmed up our ruta. Now I think I'm gonna set it on its flat side on the bottom. You cooked 5 pounds of rutabaga yesterday? What were you making? Linear. Your Air Force stepdad always used to make Japanese curry on Sundays. Okay, Japanese curry is delicious. The apple in there, so good. All right, so we're first gonna slice into 1-inch, roughly 1-inch thick pieces. Turn that side. Get 3 slices out of this side. There we go. And then we'll cut it into our strips and then we'll cube it. Your fiance invited you to go with her on her Bahamas cruise in May and then with her to Japan in June while she's in Japan for a brain surgeon internship. Holy! Your fiance's a brain surgeon? Well done.
Neurosurgeon.
Yeah. Oh, nice, Linear. Yeah, you're in charge of rutabaga and a few other things for Christmas supper. Yeah, it is crazy to think, guys, that it's already the 8th of December. 'Tis the season for Christmas parties already. Yeah, Japan is somewhere that I really want to go. And yeah, in the future, we have done some IRL streams in the past. We went to New York in February, and then in September we did TwitchCon with everyone, so we streamed IRL for that. So if that's something you guys are into, we sometimes branch out depending on where we're going. It also depends on the data, because in Canada our internet plans here are terrible. But when we go to the States and travel, is we can have unlimited data. And that way it makes sense for us to stream there. You're 6'4", Tom? Yeah, a lot of Japanese people are gonna want pictures with you. Totally. Hey, Polsh. How are you today, man? Thanks for stopping by. They call it turnip out there? Really? Well, I mean, it really is just a big turnip, Polish. But I thought they called it rutabaga out there too. So it's important to cut consistent sizes of your vegetables if you're gonna roast them so that everything cooks at the same amount of time. You don't want really small pieces and really big pieces because then when you go to roast it, some are gonna cook faster than others, and then you'll end up with maybe some mushy rutabaga and some rock hard rutabaga that's not cooked yet. Colt, you got a sub, nice. Happy for you. Yep, thanking Norges. I like both, Polish, yeah. I like both. Have you ever had the Japanese turnips? Because those are some of my favorite things in the springtime. Okay, starting to smell roasting beef now. That's a good sign. When you start to smell the meat, that means it's starting to cook. Stuff's starting to break down. Getting like a nice roasted pepper kind of smell right now. Daikon. No, they're like little white turnips. But daikon's delicious too. Polish, you did some hit cycling this morning and just got back from 2 hours of snowshoeing. Amazing. I don't remember if I've ever been snowshoeing. Set it and forget it. You wore those babies out? Yeah, I am praying that this thing lasts. I don't know how old it is. It was gifted to me from someone that found it at a thrift store. But it doesn't make any weird noises, and honestly, it runs perfect. Yep, those are the two recipes I'm using today, Josie. So the BBC Best Yorkshire Puddings, and then Matty Matheson's Best Prime Rib in the World. So the prime rib recipe is actually out of Matty Matheson Cookbook that we're cooking out of. And he has a little write-up on the top there about when he was young. His dad's side of the family owned a butcher shop, and so every Sunday they would get treated with a prime rib roast, and his family had a RONCO rotisserie, so that's how they would do it. Yeah, this cookbook is seriously one of my favorites, Monastache. I narrated the whole thing to Sam on a road trip, and the stories that he has for the recipes are entertaining and like heartwarming, and you just get a good feel about where this food is coming from and the backstory of it. Hi, Vune. How are you?
Dude!
So yeah, if you're looking for something awesome to get for someone that loves to cook, try this cookbook. Matty Matheson, a cookbook. Also, I have to hype him up because he's Canadian. That's good to hear, Vune. He's the dude, Josie. Also, he has a ton of videos up on YouTube that are very entertaining. He is himself, that's for sure. Very kind of bubbly and out there personality. Okay, you're coming by later, Vune. I think we have about an hour left, at least. until we take this out of the rotisserie, and then it needs to rest for about half an hour, 45 minutes. You got the other Matty book? Did he make another or like a different cookbook, Claire? Can you post a link of the one you're talking about, Claire? Yeah, bards. We got bards. Nice, Polish. Mom's got the chicken soup. I'm sure she's enjoying it. You need to think of another soup or stew kind of thing to make her now. Well, I'm doing beef and barley soup tomorrow. So good. I have a really good recipe for it as well. I'm gonna link it for you, Polsh. She would so love it. There's the Serious Eats recipe. And what it says is to treat your beef and barley soup like a stew. So you want to be really gentle with the meat so it stays tender and doesn't go tough on us. It is being reflected, isn't it? Thanks, Vune. Yeah, definitely having some lighting issues in here. But soon enough, we'll have the Elgato key lights, thanks to all of you guys. Okay, so Ruta has been chopped up. I'm not gonna season it until right before we roast it, because if we season it too early, it's gonna draw out some liquid from the rutabaga and make it really like watery and wet on the outside. So we don't wanna do that. So we can just leave that cut up and we'll just put it aside. Yeah, come on over, Colt. Thank you for the follow, Natty Zena. Hello from New Zealand. Welcome in, Kosik. Hello from Canada. I mean, honestly though, Colt, if you live nearby, you are more than welcome to come enjoy this piece of meat. Yeah, meat rotisserie party. I don't know what's worse, Vune, the computer reflection or the light reflection. What's worse here? Well, now we get both. The bestest chicken patty burgers? Heck yeah, I want the recipe. You know where to put it. I mean, if we baste it, Josie, there is nothing wrong with that. I don't think it requires it because it kind of bastes itself as it turns, right? The juices, there's gonna be some that drip off, but for the most part, it's just gonna turn kind of onto itself. Hey, Scaramouche. How's your day going? Yeah, don't look at TOS unfriendly stuff when you're streaming. Noted. Yeah, I don't think that there's any juices in the bottom just yet, but it is starting to get those juices running. That is the beauty of a rotisserie though, is it bastes itself as it cooks. Nice, you got back from food shopping. Did you buy any cool ingredients? And thank you, Quandarius. It is looking quite delicious, isn't it? Oh, this rotisserie is really easy to clean because the drip tray that's in the bottom, that comes completely out. I always just put it in the dishwasher as well as the spit. And then behind the heating element, which you see is glowing orange, there's a heat reflector plate that you can also take out, and everything can just go in the dishwasher. And then if you feel like it gets really greasy, I always just give the inside a wipe out with like a degreaser or a disinfectant and you're good to go. We can tell the age of this one just by how brown it's become on the top, and that's something I can't scrub off. So maybe the original owner of this one didn't take care of it as much as I would have done for mine. But other than that, that's kind of the only place that this thing is showing its age. It's better without the light.
Shut it off while if you're just doing the rotisserie.
You loved your showtime for roast and chickens. Yeah, we did a chicken yesterday on stream, Colt. Hey.
There you go.
There we go. Nay. Oh. Art, you have an original with the ties and baskets. Yeah, I still have the basket as well. I have the basket. The only thing I don't have is the steamer tray for on top. Yeah, that's a good view. Hey. And we're actually using my iPhone camera for the rotisserie view today. You have the steamer and the skewers? What? Can you rotisserie a fish? Totally. How about this, Scaramouche? When I go fishing in a couple weeks from now, I think, is the plan, we'll rotisserie one of the salmons that I get and see how it cooks up. You never know unless you try. That's the fun part about cooking. Is instead of being scared about how it's gonna turn out, attempt it, and then if something goes wrong, you just make sure that you learn from it. Nezadam, how's it going? Haven't seen you in here for a while. You're the worst. Yeah, a bratwurst. Well, you're better late than never. Let's just say that. So our timer now will be going off in about 20 minutes. It's been dog years. Seriously, it feels like it. Scaramouche, yeah. Lesson of the cooking experiment. Always have a fire extinguisher nearby. Yeah, safety first. I mean, one of the most unsafe things to do at home is deep fry inside. Yeah, polish. Actually, I have something better than a spoon to drop in the sink, polish. I have something way better. I have a set of cutlery. It's a spoon and a knife that is magnetized. It's from a diner here. And it is just magical. Just wait till you see it. Claire. Yeah, Nezzo's a bratwurst for sure. It is starting to smell good. I think I have to turn the hood vent on. And I'm gonna open up my blinds now because the sun left us. The sun is gone for the day. I guess when you're standing right beside the rotisserie, you don't realize how beefy it is. But seriously, it smells beefy in here. It's like walk away for a sec and then come back.
You're like,
Josie, you did the chicken and then you did a cinnamon pineapple? Like you rotisserie to pineapple? That sounds amazing.
that sounds great.
Yeah, Monastache. Well, the sun's gone for the day.
Rotisserie
PNW life.
for a pulled pork.
Rotisserie pineapple for pulled pork? I'm in. Oh, Palsh. Thank you for posting that clip. That's actually the greatest. Oh, shit. It is a keeper. Thank you, man. Sometimes you can't help it. It's just an automatic reaction to what's happening. If the food makes you dance, you know it's good. Like, you can't force a good food dance. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, we're not joking about this, Scaramouche. All right, guys, so 15 minutes to go. Once we temp the meat for the first hour, then we know how much time we have left for it to cook. Then we can start getting more serious about prepping the side dishes. So this is kind of hands-off cooking for the first hour or so. So something kind of awesome to get going on a Sunday if you have some other stuff to do around the house. Get your prime rib going. It's the same thing as if you were to do it in an oven as well, guys. It's gonna slow roast in the oven. You don't really have to watch it for the first hour, but the second hour, you'll have to watch it a bit closer. But in that amount of time, you should be prepping your side dishes as well, and you should already be back in the kitchen. So yesterday, Tom, we cooked the whole chicken. We did a Peruvian piri-piri style chicken. It took 45 minutes from start to finish in the rotisserie. So pretty quick. And I'm not joking when I say it's the juiciest chicken you'll ever have. Like better than the rotisserie you get in the store.
Put it in, go have a shower, come back, make your sides.
Yeah, Josie's hooked now. Does one chicken and now she's hooked. That's the same thing happened to us. We were like, why didn't we have this sooner?
We buy chickens for $6, so a store chicken's $10 roasted. It's good.
Yeah, it is starting to caramelize now, hey guys? You can't look away, really. Yes, Paul, she ordered the deli tubs on Friday. Make some more stock again, get rid of the chicken carcasses in the freezer. Good to go. That's awesome, dude. You'll love it. It's funny because I just saw on Instagram this morning, like a pretty famous chef, his name's Matthew Jennings, he posted he was eating soup out of a deli cup, a 1 liter. And he's like 41, still eating out of delis. I was like, yep, nothing new.
34, still eating at delis.
Honestly, Tom, I think The rotisseries that are on Amazon now, probably very comparable to the quality of this RONCO that's about 20 years old probably. So it's probably worth it. I mean, I tried to find a RONCO in Canada and the only one I found on Amazon was going for over $1,000. So not really a thing here. Yeah, Ron Popeil was the man. Taking out the beef stock. I'm gonna put that into a saucepan and just start reducing that. That's gonna be for our gravy or jus later on. Thanks for the host, Ghost. We got a ghost host. There are some used ones on eBay starting at around 100. Okay, so maybe eBay is the better spot if you're Canadian. Because Amazon is not the spot. Yeah, Tom, actually he is still the man because he has not left us in this world yet. Oh my gosh, Paloozer. You know what? I have a similar story to that knife story. So day before I'm starting culinary school, I got my new knife set and I'm just like checking out all the new knives, go to put it in like the knife cover or the knife sheath is what it's called. And keep the top of my finger on the knife sheath where the tip of the knife is gonna go. Poke right through, right into my finger. Day before culinary school. Perfect. Learned my lesson that time. Knives are sharp. I was like, well, that's embarrassing. Showing up to culinary school and you already have a cut. People are gonna look at you like, what is this girl doing? Yeah, and it was never as sharp since. Kosick, we are doing just a simple salt and pepper rub. The guidance from the recipe said don't do anything too garlicky or herby because it might burn just because the elements are a really high temperature as you don't have control over the temperature in this. So you don't want to burn any herbs or garlic because it can make the outside taste bitter instead of tasting delicious. But if you do it in an oven, you have a little bit more control of the temp, then you can use garlic and herbs. But for this, probably not the wisest thing to do. Yeah, exactly, Paloozer. I totally did. I was like, oh, well, I already cut myself now, so I should be good to go. Yeah, that's a good one. Junior Whizzle. Is if you wanted garlic flavor, what about an injection of garlic so that it's on the inside and it shouldn't burn? Would there be a circumstance when you want it to be a little bit bitter? I don't think so, Scaramouche, unless you're serving it with something maybe really sweet. But even then, the sweetness from something else might not be able to contrast the bitterness of the burnt garlic and herbs. I wouldn't risk it. Quandarius? Smoking briskets? I think you found your home then. Last week we did smoked ribs on our smoker outside. We have a big green egg. Amazing. But yeah, you are babysitting those large pieces of meat for about 12 hours. Thanks, Junior. Yeah, believe me, you're getting hungry. I have to smell it. That's even more torture. Okay, so our beef stock, just put it onto the stove top. At a nice medium heat, we'll start reducing that just a little bit. Thanks for the follow, Kwan. Welcome in. Yeah, Daff. Like, best ribs ever on there. So, so good. Whizzle, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, guys. So tomorrow, to kind of branch off of the prime rib from today, we're gonna make a beef and barley soup. So we're gonna save all the bones that we carve off of this. We're gonna save the extra meat. And I'm gonna show you guys how to not waste anything from this expensive piece of meat and turn it into something delicious. Keep you warm during the winter. And beef and barley, that's a pretty healthy soup as well. Barley's a nice grain, should be easy to digest. A20, thank you for the follow as well. In the future, for all of you that are watching, all of you new folks that are with us today, so a future goal for Sam and I is to open a food truck. And we will run the stream with the food truck. And it's gonna be a Southern American style barbecue food truck. So lots of smoked meats, delicious side dishes like mac and cheese, potato salad, fresh bread. And we're hoping to have this in place within 2 years, I'm gonna say. 2 to 3 years is we're just gonna start up this upcoming year, so 2020. We're starting by finding people that are interested in this style of food and hopefully getting some long-term customers so that when we open the food truck, is we already have people that know the food that we make. Yeah, we're really excited. Something that we learned along the way. So Sam also has a background of being a trained chef. He's gone to culinary school as well. He has about 15 years of experience as a chef. And one thing that we've learned is that it's not the same when you work at a restaurant and you're cooking someone else's food. Is yes, you still put love into it, but it doesn't feel the same because it's not your food that you want to cook. You're cooking someone else's kind of imagination of what they want to serve. So for us, this is a really big step of being able to cook the food that we want to cook and serving it accordingly. Greetings from Brooklyn. Awesome. Welcome in. Yeah, we were in New York in February. Did a little bit of Brooklyn, but definitely didn't see enough of it, Kwan. So we'll be back at some point. You made a rib roast for Easter. Took the leftovers and made your take of pho, and it came out really good because a Vietnamese friend of yours gave you his grandmother's recipe. That's money. When you get grandma's recipes, you know it's gonna be good. Yeah, Paul, butt's gonna be dishwasher still. And you're sous chef, let's do it. Oh, and you already know what you're gonna request for food? Yes. Welcome in, Willamini. How's your day going today? Okay, we're starting to get some drippings running off of this now, aren't we? Timer's gonna go off in a couple minutes here, so I'm not gonna start anything until that happens. then we can set our final game plan for the rest of dinner. Thanks, Josie. Yeah, Sam and I, we actually met working in a kitchen. And we are getting married in the same spot that we met for the first time. So we worked together in kitchens for almost 6 years. So I think that that has a big part about how we develop such a strong relationship, is going through all of the craziness that happens in a kitchen. And it wasn't until kind of year 2 that we realized that maybe we were meant to be together. We're best buds. Yeah, exactly. That's what Sam says. He's like, if we haven't knifed each other yet after dealing with all that stress, then we're good to go.
Right?
Yeah. We're starting to get sizzle sounds as well. So I think that once we get this meat up to obviously like a warmer temperature throughout, which seems like it's about now that we're hearing sizzles, it's gonna cook quicker. For the first hour, really all the rotisserie is doing is bringing up the temperature of the entire piece of meat throughout. So obviously the center is the coldest part, and that's what takes the longest to cook. Boom. Okay, let's get a quick little rotate a little bit more so you can see the other side, and then we'll check the temp. So yes, I am gonna open this. Sadly, we'll let some of the heat out, but wow. The color on this is already looking good. So we're aiming for a medium rare cook on this, so around 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 49 Celsius. We want to temp right by the bone in the center of the piece of meat. So I'm getting a reading of 82 there. I'm gonna try through this way as well, just to see if it's a little bit different. Okay, so center, we're looking at 54. So we're about halfway through the cook. So that was a really good gauge for me to guesstimate that it was gonna take around 2 hours. So this is the halfway point after an hour. But like I said, it is gonna cook quicker now that it's up to temp. So at this point, I think it's smart if we do half an hour increments and check at shorter intervals now. Because if we overcook this, that will be a very, very sad day. Hey Cookie, welcome in. How's your Sunday been? So let me set this at half an hour now. Keep this baby going. The Ravens won. Yosh, congrats. Yeah, Tom, you just want a full cup of the drippings, just to drink. Just to drink. Delicious. And not so nutritious. You know what I'm gonna start doing, guys? I'm gonna start writing out a couple of Nike's entries into the giveaway. We have 100 pieces to write. I'm gonna make them blue. I'm gonna make them blue so we differentiate. I don't feel comfortable prepping our Yorkshire puddings just yet. Polsh, you gotta head up to get a beef roast. A few other things while you're at it, you'll be lurking. Okay, sounds good. You know what happened, Cookie? Was the man himself, Norge's store, was in earlier, and he didn't want to be entered into the giveaway. You know what he did? He gifted 50 subs and said put Nike's name on all of the entries. And so now we put Nike's name on 50 entries. Awesome, dude. For sure. For sure. Good night, Josie. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging with us, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. A little bit of a later stream because I am at work all day and then we come home and cook dinner. Love you too. The roast getting puffy. Yeah, it's looking good, Daff. We just temped it. It's at around 55 degrees Fahrenheit on the inside. So about halfway. Definitely starting to smell like roast beef in here. Matty Matheson's recipe, Cookie. He actually cooked it in a RONCO. So here's the book. The goodness. Here's what he says on the recipe. He says, prime rib is the best meal ever. Cooked right, it has so many amazing layers. The salty crust, the tender and broken down outer decal. Much like pot roast, the fat that almost turns to bone marrow after being properly rested. And then the eye, which is the very center of the ribeye. You get 4 different textures and tastes with prime rib, and I think that's why I love it so much. You never get bored with it, and it keeps you coming back for more. Just when you think you can't eat more, it sucks you back to wipe up that last bit of gravy, mashed potato, or maybe even that little au jus soaked Yorkshire pudding. Great leftovers, yeah. So with the leftovers, Cookie, we're doing a beef barley soup tomorrow on stream. Use the bones, use the extra meat, and make another delicious thing. Steak and cheese sandwich, that's what Sam said right away. We got some really nice German farmer's bread from Bradley this week. It's gonna make great beef sandwiches. Because yeah, I don't think the two of us are going to make very much of a dent in this today. Took in a bunch of leftover prime rib to work and makings for sandwiches and was the favorite person in the office. Yeah, for months, not even days or weeks. It was months. Okay, how many was that? Just wrote out like 20 of Nike's names. The most interesting part about this recipe though, so something I've never done before, is when we go to rest this prime rib, is Matty's variation, you wrap it really tight with plastic wrap, so like saran wrap, and then rest it for about 45 minutes. And in my mind, so the way that I was taught is if you wrap the meat tight when you rest it, you're gonna keep steaming and cooking it. But Matty says that wrapping it nice and tight like that helps to keep breaking down any collagen and connective tissues that haven't obviously been cooked enough yet. And then obviously in the 45 minutes is it cools off enough that you can slice it and eat it. So this is very interesting to me. This is a first. And he has gotten that method from another fellow Canadian who has opened up one of the first kind of Texas style barbecue places in Canada. It's in Toronto. And that's how he rests all of his barbecue meats before he serves them. Yeah, Matty, science. Exactly, Claire. And that is like a really fun part about cooking is there's always so many different ways to do a task. And if you're not willing to learn and kind of adapt and open your mind to these different ideas, I don't think you'll ever become the chef that you should be. You should always be continually learning. Thanks, Scrump. Yeah, it is looking quite delish. It's like, even though I'm professionally trained, I do not consider myself a pro, that's for sure. And I'm also a person that doesn't believe in focusing on just one cuisine to cook. I really like exploring all the different cuisines. Claire. See, like, you guys think I'm a pro, but I still don't think I'm a pro. I mean, I might be able to do some things better than you, but there might be some things, Claire, that you can still teach me too. That's like such a cool part about cooking. Any dripping? Oh, there's dripping, Scrump. Maybe if I open that for a quick sec, you'll see a drip. Yeah, a little bit in the back, but holy heck, this is getting some nice color on it. I still got a couple years, Vune, until I'm a pro. But it is always very humbling to make mistakes and learn from them. Kind of puts you back in your place if you get a little carried away. Yeah, Willamini, I'm so down to make tamales again. Is that something that you seriously want to request? Because if so, I can write that down on my chalkboard. It's been a while since I've made them. And actually, really fun thing about tamales is the first time I made them on stream is I had a bunch of Mexican viewers that actually taught me how to make the tamales through chat. So that was a really fun experience on stream because usually it's me teaching you guys how to do something. But on that stream, I was taught how to make it correctly.
That was a good stream.
And honestly, the way that they taught me, I've never had tamales better than that. So thank you guys for that. Tamales are a treat there in Texas at Christmas, really? Would you say that the typical filling is usually pork or chicken? And I guess that's a question for Willamini as well. What kind of tamales do you want? Okay, sounds good, Vune. See you soon. Take care, man. Thanks for hanging out. Palooza, you worked at a gas station when you were in Texas and you sold tamales from a crock pot on the counter. Amazing. They were probably really good too. Okay guys, I'm gonna pop back in like 30 seconds, just taking a quick little break. Back. 99 cents for a bundle of 3 tamales? Take my money. The first time I did the tamales on stream, I did like an ancho chipotle style pulled beef that we slow roasted. Super, super good. But like pork and chicken is really good too. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna quickly try and pop this window open over here by the Rotis, so sorry if you see weird shadows and such. But it is getting so beefy in here. Guys, how to heat your house up on a cool day. Rotisserie a piece of prime rib. Black bean and cheese, yeah, you can go vegetarian with it too. That'd be yummy. Or I think I've even seen like poblanos and corn inside. So I would say that the rotisserie works best for bigger pieces of meat that don't have a ton of connective tissue to break down, because it really does put like a dark crust on the outside of the piece of meat. So you don't want to do this with something like a pork shoulder where the pork shoulder is not going to break down in the amount of time that the outside of the piece of meat looks perfectly browned. So for chicken, beef, stuff like that, it is perfect. But I have found in some of the cooks that I've done is you don't want to do a tough piece of meat in this rotisserie because it cooks it too fast and too hot. Apple or pumpkin scrump? Yeah. Oh, imagine like an apple pie tamale. The high-pitched sizzles when it sounds like it's screaming. Okay, it looks like I'm maybe about halfway through this stack for Nike. Oh my gosh, Cookie. It smells too good in here. I had to open the window. It's gonna smell like beef in here for a week. Big time beef. Cookie, I challenge you to a prime rib in the rotisserie. And mind you, it doesn't have to be this big either. But I mean leftovers, am I right? If you don't want it to cook for as long, you can get a smaller roast. You're gonna take pics? Yep. Definitely have to. I don't have any horseradish, but that is such a good condiment. I don't think Sam loves horseradish, so that's also why. But like a horseradish cream is so good, especially if you're doing mashed potatoes with it. But we're not double starching, we're only doing the Yorkshire pudding. Horseradish is a tough one to serve. It's probably 50-50, the amount of people that like horseradish and the amount of people that don't. an acquired taste. Yeah, the backside of those bones looks so good. Kip84, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. It is potent, yeah. I don't know if you've ever had it right grated from the root, but that is some potent. It's almost like wasabi. Very, very similar. Right, I think I'm gonna take the green beans out and we can do a little bit of prep while we're waiting. Some haricot vert, if you will. You can also zest our lemon ahead of time for that. We're doing lemon and Asiago green beans. I guess we could also grate our cheese. Yeah. Okay, so nice beaners, and actually, we don't even have to really cut these up or anything, because they're already cleaned. They are quite nice and sweet. I'm gonna cook all of these up. And the way I like to cook green beans is basically just with water. We'll give that one to Doggo. Has some blemish on it. Doggo loves green beans. So a little bit of salted water, kind of just to cover the bottom of the pot, and then that's gonna steam these and season it, and then we drain that out. That'll also help keep them really nice and green instead of them turning brown. Strain the water out, and then I usually like to dress with some olive oil, and then in this instance, to cut a little bit of the fattiness from the beef, is we're gonna do some lemon zest, and then for like a nice kind of salty, earthy kick, we'll grate some Asiago cheese to bring everything together. Heidi, hey Randy, how are you? Okay, what pan do I want with this? Checking the prime rib in less than 10 minutes again. So we're rolling now. Hey Peter, how's it going today? Such nice beaners. Okay, so this amount of beans, I'll show you guys how much water. Actually, why don't I measure so we can really measure out how much we add. so I'm starting with a cup, but like I said, we just want to cover the bottom of the pan with enough water to come up and steam. So half a cup of water. And then quite a bit of salt. I always find that green beans will take a lot of salt to season them properly. So I'm going to do, there's one pretty heavy teaspoon. Probably that will be lots. So a couple teaspoons of salt. And then we cook it covered. So we bring it up to a boil covered, cook it on high heat. This should only take a couple of minutes, just until they're tender and they kind of bend. But we do want to keep some texture here and keep a little bit of crunch. So we're cooking them al dente. This looks like a perfect meal to break a fast. Yeah, perfect little Sunday dinner. Nixta, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we can just pop the beans over on the stove. Definitely not turning the burner or anything on yet. But now we know that those are ready to go, and all we have to do is turn on the burner and wait a couple of minutes. So, other things for the beans, lemon zest. So the most lemon flavor is gonna come from the zest. The most acidity is gonna come from the lemon juice. Just put that in this container. Actually, we can put the lemon and the cheese together because we're gonna be adding them at the same time. Keck, Lord of Darkness, welcome. And we'll do a nice fine grate on the Asiago so we can disperse it evenly. And in my mind, Asiago, similar to Parmesan, but maybe a little bit more creamy. And it's also a little bit less expensive than Parmesan. So if you're trying to budget your food a bit, Asiago is a great hard cheese to have on hand. Oh, you're pescatarian. Aw. Yeah, Scrump. I don't know what's going on today, but I mean, prime rib and a rotisserie, I guess that brings the people. This is amazing. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. We just got a bunch of people that like good food. See how much cheese we got here. Oh yeah, that should be lots. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I do know how to cook fish. Randy knows that though. Randy's been around when I've cooked fish. Prime rib is prime eating. You got that right, Tom. Yeah, Keck Lord, it's meat. It's what the people want. Oh, the sound we've all been waiting for. Okay, now we get the real view. Oh, baby. Okay, second temperature check. We're gonna let a little bit of heat out, so try and do this quick. And we're going right in the center of this piece of meat. Oh yeah, there we go. That's more like it. 75. So in half an hour, we climbed 20 degrees. What do we think? Another half hour? We're trying to make it to 120 Fahrenheit, which will leave us at a medium rare internal temperature. And then for the 45-minute rest time, that should bring it up to a nice medium. So it's gonna be a beautiful kind of deep pink color throughout by the time we carve into this. Look at the drippage, Tom. Yeah, I'm eating it all by myself. No, that's why I have a Sammy with me. Welcome back, Uncle Corey. Thanks for the follow, Damon Gaiman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to enter.
Cookie!
Oh,
You guys are crazy today. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to
That means 20 entries for you into the giveaway.
yeah.
This is a tight race for this apron.
Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to
Oh, yeah.
_
Welcome in, new subs.
Oh,
Hope you're enjoying the stream so far.
The Real Magic Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to Morgan.
oh, yeah.
The Real Magic Cookie
Yes,
gifted a
guys,
tier
it
1
is
sub to a
the
Thomas
real
School
magic cookie. Thanks, Cookie.
Yeah.
And Tom, cheering with the 300 biddies.
1 sub to Vanacore.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Real Magic Cookie gifted a tier 1
Oh,
sub to
no.
_
Sam.
Oh,
Okay, so our lemon and cheese is ready. Put this to the side for now.
Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to Seasonal Michael.
oh, yeah.
The Real Magic Cookie.
Cookie, I'm
gifted a
making
tier
you
1 sub to
green.
Nightwish Angel.
I'm making you green.
Oh, yeah.
The Real Magic Cookie gifted a tier 1 sub to XX_Black_IXX.
The real magic cookie.
You ready at all 100?
No, I'm about halfway through.
Okay.
I'm trying to schedule myself accordingly for these post-its, guys, so that we can still have dinner ready on time. Oh, Cookie, you got your Switch in. Yash. What game did you get with it? Yeah, yash. Just gonna download the games you think. Going to get Zelda and Mario Odyssey for sure. That's what we started with. Okay, Mario was so fun to play, especially in 2-player mode. Like Sam was Mario and I was Cappy. So much fun.
Oh man.
I killed you? How? I was a great Cappy. Yeah, don't forget Mario Kart. It's true. Yeah, how can you beat Mario Kart 64? Oh, we're running out of green. Should we do a close-up again? Vanicor, welcome in. Guys, I am gonna be so ready for this piece of meat. My stomach is trying to talk to us right now. Cabbage. How's it going, man? Having a great time playing Pokemon Shield. Sam has sword. Right, Sammy?
No.
Oh, I thought you got it.
No.
Oh, he didn't get it. Yeah, that was the greatest thing ever, guys, is we did our playthrough of Zelda for the Switch. And then we posted it online to obviously resell it after we are done with it. And I ended up selling it to this 10-year-old kid who saved up $10 every week for 5 weeks just to buy this game. And the mom made us do the transaction together. It was the cutest thing ever. Yeah, sward dust. It is looking very good, and we are very close to resting and then completing all of our side dishes to go along with this. We're getting close, Dust. Two more notes to fold. And then I think I'm gonna go pick some thyme and rosemary from outside to dress the rutabaga with for when we roast it. Because thyme and rosemary go really nice with beef, But we didn't want to put the herbs on the beef in the rotisserie because they might burn. So we're gonna put them on the side dish instead. That way we can still have the flavor. There's your entries, cookie. We did really good today already, guys. Lots of names in the jar already. Okay, just popping outside for a sec. Almost it for the fresh herbs here, guys. So I'm trying to pick them before they all die. Chef MDT the second, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, end of the season. Oh, Luigi's Mansion. Sweet. Yours is covered in snow. Yeah, we have not had any snow. Literally gonna knock on wood for that one because I think we're gonna get dumped on this year. But you never know. At least when we do get it, it doesn't stick around for long. Okay, so just picking our herbs off of the stem so we can chop them up nice and fine. Then we'll add it to our rutabaga. You guys have had tons of precipitation in Wisconsin this year. Broke all of your records? Wow. Feel bad for you guys. I think we've actually been pretty dry so far. We've not had as much rain as I think we usually have. Farmers are having trouble. Yeah, it is. It's hard when it's too wet. Like, you can't have it too dry or too wet, right? Yeah, might as well just start the rice patties instead of corn. The crust on the outside of that piece of beef is like no other that I've seen before for a prime rib. Like, there are just compounding layers of flavor there. Annie, welcome in. How are you doing? Heck yeah, we are actually using the rotisserie. We don't tell lies, or at least we try not to tell lies here on Cook with Kate. We like to be honest and upfront. Your stress indicator grades are due tomorrow. What is indicator grades? Like to indicate whether they're gonna pass the course or not? Hey, cooking koalas. How's it going? They aren't cast in stone. They are sort of like a snapshot of their grad. Oh, that's stressful for sure then. Well, I'm hoping that you have some wine on hand for that. Okay guys, here's our rutabaga we chopped up earlier into 1-inch cubes. Now we can dress it with some herbs. And then before we go to roast it, we can add olive oil and some salt and pepper to this as well. You're interested in seeing how chefs make live videos? Well, welcome in. I've been streaming for, it'll be 2 years when we come up to January. So I have a little bit of experience making live videos. I've learned a lot along the way, but I've never stopped. And I think that is very important. Just enjoy the ride. Yes, Annie, check the Discord and look at Cookie's piano. It's beautiful. Also, thank you for the follow, Cooking Koalas. Yum. Okay, about 15 minutes left on our roast, but we are very near to resting time. Very, very near. All right, so let's take a look at our prep list that we wrote earlier today. So the green beans with lemon and Asiago, I'm gonna put a check mark there because we have everything ready. The beans are in the pan with the water and the salt already. And we already zested our lemon and shredded our Asiago cheese. I reduced the beef stock by about half. So I started with 1 liter. It looks like I have around 2 cups left. And that's just chilling on the stove top until our meat is done. And then we'll take a look at our drippings and whip up some gravy with that. It's exotic burl walnut. I was wondering how they got the wood grain in there. Oh, you made a ribeye steak chili? Oh, delicious. Expensive and delicious. It's from 1894. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ooh, we can get our mushrooms kind of ready as well while we wait. So wild mushrooms today. Foraged from just up the road from us. So these ones, obviously not picked very recently. These are lobster mushrooms. So they're called lobster mushroom because they have a really nice kind of deep red or orange outside layer to them. So we just sous vide these when it was the season. This is one of the first mushrooms you'll see. So around September, October is when they really start popping here. And we just sous vide them with some salt and butter. So these are kind of bite-sized pieces. I don't think I want to cut them down any further. So this just has to get reheated, but they're already seasoned perfectly. I have a couple fresh wild mushrooms to add into the mix as well. Is winter and golden chanterelle. So this is like, these were picked a couple weeks ago, and now everything is already frozen, and that is it for our season now. So once it freezes, mushrooms are done. But beautiful specimen there. And then for the winter chanterelles, or they're also called golden trumpet mushrooms. Let me see this nice one. So they are completely hollow from the cap to the stem. So it's almost like a straw, which is why they're called golden trumpet mushroom. And they're really delicate. So this isn't gonna take too much to heat up either. I think we're gonna leave these guys, maybe we'll tear them in half just to make sure there's no pine needles on the inside. But leave them kind of as big as possible. Okay, lurk mode, Annie. We'll be here. Yeah, I love chanterelles. And the winter chanterelles are some of the easiest to both pick and clean. So when you pick them, they grow together in bunches. So it's really easy to pick a bunch at one time. And then for cleaning them is not a lot of stuff sticks to them. There's not too much to clean off, which is really nice. Yeah, cabbage. Yeah, I'm gonna miss all the fresh mushrooms. And then this guy, a little bit more tough and woody compared to these ones, so we'll cut it down. I always like to remove the stem together. Maybe we'll cut that in half. Cut it into nice smaller pieces. And then for the cap, just cut some chunks. Oysters are your favorite? Yeah, oysters were the first mushroom I ever foraged. We actually have a tree in our neighborhood here that grows oyster mushrooms on them. And they were so delicious. Okay, so there's our mushies. These lobster mushrooms, I'm just gonna pour into a pan. Because once these are heated through, these are a more tough mushroom compared to chanterelles even. So we'll kind of heat everything up together. We're not gonna go obviously for like a kind of browned sauteed mushroom, it's gonna be more saucy. I think that'll be really good with the juices from the prime rib. Have I ever breaded and pan-fried chicken of the woods? No, but that sounds amazing. That is something that we weren't able to find this season, but I wish we did. Maybe next year. Check out this liquid from the mushrooms, guys. I don't think I want to start with the liquid in the pan because if we reduce it, it might get too salty. But we didn't add any water or anything liquid into the mushrooms other than obviously a fat of some sort. So all of this liquid is just seasoned mushroom juice, so basically liquid gold. Please don't throw it out if you ever do this at home. This might not be the best use for it, but we can make use of it somewhere. Heck, maybe even for the beef gravy. I have this feeling that it's time for me to check the prime rib. So I'm gonna follow my intuition. So that's what the lobster mushrooms look like. That's their beautiful color. Pretty much looks like lobster, if you didn't know. Okay, sounds good, Cookie. Stop that. Obviously, we need to just turn it a bit so we can temp it. Oh, man. Look at that. $100. So you know what I'm gonna do, I think right now, guys, is just keep it rotating in here with the door closed without any heat. So no heat rotation, just to bring it up the last kind of 20 degrees really gently. So I'll do a 15-minute timer for that and then we'll recheck it. So now we want to be very careful to not overcook this. It's taken us over 2 hours. So we don't want to waste our own time. Smoker Heat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And actually, why don't we add our garlic flavor into the mushrooms? Because we didn't add any garlic to the meat, but mushrooms are so delicious with garlic. So why don't we mince a little bit of garlic into that pan now so it can heat up with it. Tom, with the 100 biddies. Hey Tom, just saying, 100 more biddies and you get an entry into the giveaway. Thank you very much, man. I'm actually aiming for 120. 120 is medium rare because then this thing's gonna rest for 45 minutes and that should bring it up to a nice medium by the time that's done. Tom, well, say no more, Kate. 100 more biddies for an entry? Done. All right, man. Here we go. Gonna write your name down. Thanks, Tom. You know I appreciate it. Yeah, the apron is yours. Done. Happy holidays, everyone. Just smashing our garlic, and then we'll just put it through the garlic press. Let that do all the work for us. This is torture. The waiting is the hardest part. Get some water. Stay hydrated. Guys, look at how sprayed up the glass is. Like, look at how different it looks. I can maybe fix this for us. Get out some Windex. When you gotta wipe the glass on the rotisserie. So someone was asking yesterday how dirty this thing gets. Obviously with beef, definitely gets a little more dirty than with chicken. There we go. I'm gonna put a touch more heat on just for the last couple minutes. And then I suppose we should get our plastic wrap. So I also don't love this method of resting because you use so much plastic. But we will try it once and then go from there and see how much of a difference it makes. Yeah, I know, Fresh Life. I know. Yeah, plastic? Who does this? I'm gonna find the article that I read earlier that talked about the resting in plastic. Okay, so it says, a thing I learned from Adam Perry Lang. So Adam Perry Lang owns a Southern style barbecue restaurant in Toronto. Take the prime rib out and wrap it the same as barbecue. Wrap the whole prime rib in saran wrap like a motherfucker and let it sit for like an hour. When you wrap it, it breaks down the collagen, all of the inside tendons and stuff. So when you slice it, it's perfectly pink all the way through. I'm a big believer in cooking prime rib medium because then you have that pot roast outside the decal and the eye is nice and pink. As the best kind of prime rib, you can eat a big piece of prime rib, but you're still having different experiences within that slice. If you serve rare prime rib, that's whack. Yeah, I love the way Matty describes stuff. Hey, Cookie? Wrap it like a motherfucker. You watched his YouTube vid making fried chicken. It was hilarious. Is it from his cookbook? Why don't we, let's explore. We have a little bit of time. Yeah, I wonder if you could do the same thing with beeswax paper. I mean, I can probably say that all of the fat from the meat would probably make the beeswax not stick to itself. Kind of acts like plastic wrap. Matheson. I know this is gonna be like pretty close up. Matheson, a pretty famous Canadian chef. He's got a recipe for Nashville hot chicken. But he doesn't have just fried chicken. Yeah, I really like his YouTube channel too, Cabbage. So entertaining. He's just like always yelling at you. Yeah, go subscribe to his YouTube. He's crazy. He's got a lot of energy.
Oh, yeah.
Van Al Handyman with the 19 months. Thank you very much. That's my dad, everyone. Thanks, Pops. Can't believe it's already been 19 months. Yeah, if Chris Farley was a chef, it'd be Matty. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, hey, Kate's dad. Yes, it's so good, Daff. Yeah, Maddie and Brad go noodling. Hilarious. Also has a founder's badge. Look at that. That guy. Literally been around since day one. Guys, I think we lost the Sammy. I think he decided he needed a nap. It's way too quiet over here. Definitely. The sound of the rotisserie spinning and the smell of a meat, enough to put a Sammy to bed. I wonder if the bell just woke him up though. Yeah, exactly. You guys are so right though. Okay, rotate that a touch more. Let's see how this is feeling. We're so close. I think this is where she comes out and we wrap it. I think this is it. I just don't want to keep poking it because then we keep letting the juices out. But I'm just feeling the meat, and just by the give that it has, I think it's the perfect time to rest this. Okay, so taking this out, be very careful. Do not burn yourself, guys. And this is really heavy. You're gonna need some really big tongs. That's done. I'm gonna move my book. Don't wanna drip on that. Like, we definitely don't need to pause and sear this. Not needed. Okay. Turn that. I think we good. Get a good grip. Oh, she's leaking. Okay, I don't want to leak that onto my hand. It's a good thing we moved the book. Stay. Just a mess. Did my camera just die? Oh, there we go. That's how it looks when it's done. So really not that much of a mess. Let's come back over here. Look how dark it looks. Now I can turn on my other light finally though. I use, well, 3 cameras on a normal day in the kitchen. And then I have my iPhone that I use for either rotisserie cam or if we're cooking outside on the barbecue. So 3 or 4 cameras, depending on what we're cooking. Okay, I think, okay, that's the top. Just gonna pop that off. Thank you very much. Yeah, it does look freaking amazing. First time I've ever cooked it like this. Yeah, that's gonna rest up real nice. Just gotta pop it off of here. Is it possible? It's not possible. Why won't you get off the spit? There we go. Just had to loosen it up a sec. Come on, baby. All right. So instructions, wrap it like a mofo. All right, that's what we'll do, I guess. That turned out very, very nice. No way, Cookie. It was just oil and salt and pepper. If you have the same appliance, it should turn out very, very similar. Yeah, that's not instructions at all. Hey, that's what the recipe said. No, we just need to wrap it really nice and tight. Is what he wants us to do. So I'm gonna do it this way. It's kind of a shame in my opinion, because then you're gonna lose like all of the crust. It's gonna get soggy, but this is a learning experience for all of us. Apparently this seals the juices in even more. This is a first. Fold that in. Should we do one more? Crust for juices. I suppose, Dust. Or Paloozer, sorry. Do one more. So do we still put this on like a resting rack? Do we still prop it up? I feel like we should. But I don't know. I guess the bones kind of make its own rack where the air can get underneath there. That looks good though. It doesn't seem like anything's coming out and the steam is starting to pool in there. Okay, now we can set a 45-minute timer and we know we have that amount of time to complete our side dishes. We do not want to rush the step of resting the meat. That is the most important. Also, you need to check out what kind of drippings we got going on. Yeah, we usually don't get much for like juices because they kind of cook off, but we do get the fat, which is really perfect because we need this fat that's been rendered out to make a proper beef gravy. So this fat will mix with some flour and then we'll add our beef stock to that. And I like a more loose kind of gravy with roast beef, so we're not gonna make it super thick. So we're not gonna even need to use all of that. Gonna get a small, where's my little sauce pot? Oh, it is there. So just pour in a little bit of fat to our sauce pot. Up to you whether you like little bits of stuff or not. That's probably more than enough fat. All right. 45 minutes. She is set. That can go on the stove top. And we got a full stove top, guys. Let's check it out. Okay, so beef fat that we have to add flour to, our beef stock that will be added into our roux to make our gravy, green beans with just a little bit of water and they're seasoned with salt. These will take around 5 minutes to cook, very, very quick. Mushrooms, these are lobster mushrooms with butter and we mince some garlic into there. That will take, once again, around five-ish minutes to cook. So very quick side dishes there on the stove top. One of the longer side dishes that we have to cook today is the roasted rutabaga. So root vegetables usually take around 20 minutes minimum to roast in the oven if you're cutting them in like 1-inch kind of cubes. So we already added some chopped thyme and rosemary to the rutabaga. All we're gonna do now is add a little bit of olive oil and some salt and pepper to finish dressing them. And then that's gonna get spread out onto a sheet pan to roast. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna use the drip pan from the rotisserie to rest the meat on. I'm gonna use this sheet pan that the meat was on to roast the rutabaga on. Yes. Yeah, I am posting the meat up there. Okay, back over there. And yes, I am gonna leave that little bit of beef flavor and juices on to roast with the rutabaga. Now that we already dirtied it, I don't see a point in putting parchment. Otherwise, we totally should have put parchment before that. But I don't think any of this is gonna stick, so we are okay. Good amount of oil when we're roasting vegetables in the oven because that's a hot and high heat. So it's gonna dry it out if we don't have enough. Our salt. Probably good. And then just a nice little crack of pepper in there. I really like squash and pepper together. And then we give that a toss and spread it out on the baking sheet. So you should get really nice herb flavor from the rosemary and thyme here. Trying to escape. Should be evenly coated with the oil and seasonings. Really shouldn't be too much left in the bottom of the bowl when you pour it out. And then when we're roasting, we want nice kind of pockets where the air can move around the vegetables. And that's how we're gonna get the most color and caramelization on them. If we keep the vegetables all piled up onto each other, they're actually gonna steam rather than roast. So that's not what we're going for. Roasting will add an extra sweetness and almost nuttiness to your dish. So we're caramelizing the sugars in the vegetable, and you'll get a deeper flavor. Thanks, Dust. Hey, Strike Nun. How's your weekend been? You can definitely do a similar recipe with turnips, because really rutabaga is a turnip. It's in the turnip family, so same. Just I think it's easier to find rutabaga in the winter or fall. So this is what I chose. Also, choosing vegetables that are in season, you'll pay less for them. So it's a smart thing to do. Yeah, it's like a turnip and cabbage hybrid, isn't it? Nice and sweet. Strike Nun, you ran 1.5 miles and you're hating your life. No. Yeah, why do people run? I'm with you, Strike Nun. I am not built to run. I'm not built to run. Some people are, though. Okay, so we're gonna roast this Let me just quickly look at our Yorkshire pudding recipe and see what they cook at. Okay, 230 Celsius. Six five 270. You're really tall, Strike Nun. Doesn't even sound like you're overweight. Okay, so 230 Celsius is 450 Fahrenheit for the Yorkies. So they roast at a really high temp. I think the rutabagas will have to roast for a little bit longer than 15 minutes, which is what the Yorkshires call for. So why don't we set the oven to 425 and get like a lower temp roast going on these? And then when we're ready to bake the Yorkies, then we can crank the oven up and get some nice color to finish these off. Yeah, Paloozer, I only run if I'm being chased, but seriously. LMNEO. Thank you for the follow. All right, oven. It's your time to shine. 425. Obviously, we need to keep an eye on the timer on the stovetop. Titan, you're on your second meal this afternoon. Yeah, because of me. Don't worry, this is like almost my first actual meal of the day. Because I've been only kind of snacking this morning. Running off some Vietnamese coffee. We're fasting for good reason though, so we have a bunch of room to fit all this delicious food. Okay, Cabbage, sounds good. Have a wonderful night. It was good to have you in here with us. All right, Ruta. Put you to the side. Let's get our muffin tin prepped for our Yorkshire puddings. This is what I'm gonna use. I always like to keep a baking tray underneath your muffin tin just in case the Yorkshires go over, because you do not want that to go over in the oven when it's at 450 Fahrenheit. You could either like start a fire or it just smells really bad and burns. Not good. Okay, our recipe. So we're gonna get probably around 24 Yorkshire puddings, because this is the smaller version. I don't know if you guys have seen Yorkshires that are like almost the size of my head. So this recipe would make 8 of those, or 24 smaller ones. It's from BBC Good Food. So this is what I'm working off of right now. Both recipes are linked there for the prime rib and the Yorkies. The secret to getting gloriously puffed up Yorkshires is to have the fat sizzling hot and don't open the oven door. How many people are eating? Funny you asked, New York Slice. There is only 2 of us. But I'm using the leftovers from the prime rib to make beef and barley soup tomorrow. And the Yorkshires will be a good dipping vessel for soup as well. I shot. How's it going? Yeah, leftovers, always a good idea. Okay, so we just drizzle a little bit of oil in the bottom of each of these. So not too much, not too little. Why don't we, or I'll just show you how much. And you either want grapeseed, canola, or sunflower oil for this. Something very mild with a high smoke point. So what, maybe an 1/8 of an inch, a 1/4 inch of oil. And it's crazy because the entire Yorkshire will soak all of that up. You're like, where'd the oil go? Oh, I'm eating it. Delish. Fat equals flavor. There's a reason they say that. Oh, a cookie, yeah. You could use the beef fat if you wanted to go cray cray. You totally should have suggested that earlier because I already dumped the rest. I did a bad because we could have went cray cray. No! Yeah, I guess I'll just have to do this again. Okay, so now our muffin tin is prepped. We'll leave this oil to the side because we probably have to do 2 rounds of this. Yep. I was thinking about that. I was like, usually when I'm in a restaurant, I just use a squirt bottle with oil. Way easier. We can just set our tin aside. And now we can mix up our batter. So some people do this in a blender, but I think if we just do this with a whisk and mix it really well, we'll be fine because this isn't a huge recipe. So we need 4 eggs and 140 grams of plain flour in a bowl. So I would whip up the eggs first before we add the flour to that. I think it'll just mix better. Strike none. Got a new company branded apron at work and it's got 2 major problems. It's black, yeah, not good for baking. And it's so short that if you reach down to wipe your hand, you hit your pants. What? May I ask where you got this apron from? Because that doesn't sound like it's fitting you right. Yeah, it sounds not practical at all. The boss ordered it. Oh, psh. What's the brand? Like, what brand are you using? I've always found with aprons, if you try and cheap out on them, they're not gonna be as good. Yeah, the boss must not cook. I know, I was gonna tell you about this one, Strike None, but this one would be better for you to use at home because once again, it's dark colored. So if you got flour on this, it'd be a pain in the butt. Although it is pretty easy to wipe flour off of denim. Fresh Life, redeemed drink. Thank you. I do need to stay hydrated. I've not drank enough water today. Thanks, Fresh Life. Okay, 4 eggs. Yeah, fill the pockets with flour to save for later. No shells with the eggs, guys. Absolutely not. Problem with denim is lifting pants constantly. Like the denim pushes it down? Like pushes your pants down? I actually want to get ducks, not chickens, Titan. I really do want to get ducks. Because I'd way rather eat duck eggs than chicken eggs. Might be in the future. Yeah, denim to like wear right on your skin for cooking, not the best. But I find like a canvas or a denim apron is really nice. I don't find that I get overheated with it either. And I've worn these like for 12 hours at a time, not being affected. Will we eat the ducks? Maybe when they get too old. Yeah, we'll have to build a duck coop. There is room on the other side. It'll be the greenhouse space and the duck space. The only thing is we need to make it really secure, otherwise the cougars and the bears will do a number. I've heard a lot of horror stories from the farmers out here. Anti-wet Victorinox? I didn't even know they made clothes for cooking in. Nice eggs. Okay, measure out 140 grams of flour. Oh, this thing's going nuts. Give me a sec. This is my least favorite scale ever. Probably just gonna sell it and get a different one. $17 at Walmart. What a steal. Aprons are always too short for you. That's fair, strike none. Because you are tall. Yeah, drop it in half and wear it around the waist. Foxes and hawks like ducks too, yes. Yeah, I remember last year, I called one of the farms. I was like, hey, do you guys have any duck eggs available? And she was like, sadly, no, because the eagles got our ducks last night. And I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I'm so sorry to hear that. She's like, yeah, we won't have duck eggs for a while. This was the right step, right? Yeah, flour into the eggs, beat it until it's smooth. Then we need 200 mils of milk, and you really, really whisk it. $140. Mint. You need a good food scale. Do I have any recommendations? You have a tailor. Yeah, tailors are like a good starting spot. Let me find one that I can link for you. There's a brand that I can't think of the name right now. It starts with an E. Okay, chefs. My chefs in here. Help me out. What's the scale that starts with an E? It's not coming up on Amazon. Ozeri looks like a good one. Edland? Maybe I'm wrong. Rotisserie. Escali, yes. I wasn't crazy. That's what I've always used. Thanks, guys. I don't know how much those ones are, but that is what I'm gonna be upgrading to 100% because this thing always makes me upset. They're cheap, and I can say for a fact that they can be dropped many a times. I was never the scale dropper, but they can be dropped many a times, even when the batteries fall out, and then put them back in and it still works. Okay, so we need to mix this until it's very smooth. This is the most important part about making Yorkshires, is having a smooth batter. No lumps. It's almost like the start of a pasta dough. We are like gunked up. What's the difference between duck eggs versus chickens? So one of the major differences is chicken eggs are acidic in pH and duck eggs are basic. So you digest them a little bit different to start. Duck eggs also have a little bit of a larger yolk, so they're a little bit more rich, which makes them really great for baking, in my experience. And then another little thing on the acid versus basic is that, so the duck egg, sorry, I forgot what I was saying there. Oh, yes, yes. So a chicken egg, because it's acidic, is you get this sulfuric compounds in it, which you guys might know that when you cook a chicken egg, is it kind of smells like funny, right? Is sometimes you say, oh, it smells like rotten eggs in here. So that's the sulfuric compounds in chicken eggs. Duck eggs do not have that. So when you cook the duck eggs, is you're not getting that smell or even flavor from them. It's nice and clean. Good questions today, guys. Keeping me on my toes. Okay, now that we got that out of the whisk, this is looking good. Nice and smooth. Let's add our milk, 200 milliliters. And we have, okay, so we have 20 minutes left on our resting timer for our piece of meat, which means we need to get our rutabagas roasting in the oven, right, meow? Yeah, duck eggs will cut down on egg farts. Yeah, that's a thick batter. It is. It's supposed to be like this. Then we're gonna loosen it up. I love duck eggs with breakfast because, like I said, they're really nice and clean. You don't get the true kind of eggy taste. Quail eggs for brunch. Those are way too finicky. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're just joking. You better be. Yeah, you ever cook quail eggs during brunch? You will hate brunch forever. Yeah. Ostrich. Funny you say that because we did source emu eggs here on the island. And they were really yummy. You've only had them raw? Yeah, you can cook them. Usually like sunny side up because they don't take very long to cook. Never done a poached quail egg. Hey mama, how are you? We got an Oinker Bob raid with 7 viewers. Welcome in, guys. We're just mixing up our Yorkshire pudding. We are very near to eating our prime rib rotisserie dinner. Yeah, Oinker raid. How is stream? What'd you make? Or what'd you do? Okay, this is looking nice and smooth. Most important part, and then it says when we got it smooth, just add a couple pinches of salt, and if you want, a crack of pepper. Hey, Ina Luna. Obviously add as much or as little pepper as you want. I like pepper in Yorkies, so we're gonna go heavier. You'll have just the gravy and the Yorkie? You're letting me have the meat, mama? That's so generous of you. Short stream tonight for Oinker. Started fermenting some kvass today. Yum. Nice. And you're doing stroganoff tomorrow? One of my faves. Okay, this is looking perfect. Now all we need is a ladle. I have a 2-ounce ladle. That should be pretty perfect for a regular size muffin tin. But I'll show you guys how much to fill it. Oh gosh, this brand of pepper grinder, this is like a hand-me-down from my grandma. On the top it says Cole and Mason. But if you want like a really, really nice pepper grinder, this is gonna sound weird, but Peugeot makes pepper grinders and they're really nice. A Peugeot pepper grinder. Very fancy. All right, now that our batter is made, let's get our oil-lined muffin tin into the oven so we can start heating up that oil. I'm gonna take a quick break for 30 seconds. I'll be right back, guys. back. Thanks for the follow. Mint to be spiced. You find those at the thrift store new looking? They're expensive as heck new. What? Yeah, the pepper grinders. Better than the cars for sure. Thanks, Mr. Pressy. A jug of moonshine? No. This is our jar for our apron giveaway. With everyone's names in it. And then on the 31st of this month, we'll draw a winner. Prawn? No. You guys behave. Okay, we're going over to the stovetop. All of the prep is finally completed. So, beef fat, we gotta get our gravy finished. Let's turn that on. And we still need a little bit of flour to add to that. But we need our fat to be warm. There is no cap to the entries, Strike None. So let me show you this quickly. So that's the deal for the giveaway. You have until the 31st to enter. You can either subscribe tier 1 for 1 entry, cheer 500 bits, or donate $5. Those are all 1 entry. If you gift a sub to someone to the channel, that's 2 entries. So we had a ton of gifted subs today for people that are wanting to double up on their entries. But even just a resub works if that's what you want to use. Yeah, send nudes. Strike None. You do need a 31-inch pepper mill. Okay, so beef fat is getting warm. All we're gonna do, sprinkle some flour in there to make a roux. Probably good. It should be thick enough that when we whisk it, kind of pulls away from the side. But actually, I'm gonna leave it more thin because I want just kind of an au jus that will coat everything. And we only have about 2 cups of the jus. I might just add a touch more flour there, but we're not gonna go as thick as I usually go. Yeah, Uki got gifted today. It's always good to have ya, Uki. There we go. All right, so now we're gonna add a little bit of our stock at a time because once again, we don't want any lumps. Because if we cook those lumps, they are not going to come back apart. "10 minutes on the meat resting timer, by the way, guys. One thing about using a roux to thicken your gravy is you want to make sure that you cook it out enough so you don't have an uncooked starch flavor to your gravy. So it takes just a little bit longer than cornstarch. Yeah, this is going to be nice. A roux will also give a creamier look to your gravy than cornstarch. Cornstarch will give you a nice clear gravy. So as this is heating up, we want to continually be whisking as to make sure the flour doesn't stick onto the bottom of the pot before it cooks in. $275 for that pepper mill? That's a weapon. Yeah, one good whack, they're done. Ooh. Okay, just a fair warning. Do not make Yorkshires at home if you don't want like smoke in the house, because obviously oil that's at 450 Fahrenheit, that's gonna smoke a bit. So just be aware of this. Yeah, thrift store pepper mill hunt. It's happening. And just have one more peek at this oil. Obviously we want it ripping hot. So we're gonna let it go for a couple more minutes. Why don't we get these mushrooms going? I'm gonna take a couple minutes to heat up. We got some garlic to cook into them. And then we also have some of the fresh chanterelles to mix in with the lobsters. And I might actually just put those in now so they heat up together. Yeah, cutting boards for $5. Thrift stores are awesome. I mean, I always say don't pay full price for anything. If you can maybe wait. Come on, whisk. Stay. Stay in your pot. Huge wood ones without any cuts in them? What? Yep, strike none. That's pretty big here as well. Is like getting the good stuff from the thrift store and then selling it on Facebook Marketplace. Really, really big. Your American flag button-down shirt, epic. Yeah, beer glasses, that's a good one. Never thought of that. I'm gonna cover those. And then our green beans. Oh, those will take maybe 7-ish minutes. Holy, that meat feeling really nice. Okay, so I'm not gonna show you guys me pouring the batter into the Yorkshire pudding tins or the muffin tins, because honestly, it's just too dangerous for me to take the hot oil muffin tin off of the rack in the stove and try and move it back and forth. Also, we wanna keep the oil really, really hot. So taking it out of the oven, kind of getting away from that. So obviously we don't want to ladle too much batter into the muffin tin that everything is going to flow over. So I usually play it safe and pour enough batter into the oil to kind of bring it up to 3/4 point. And then as the batter cooks, it's going to absorb that oil and everything's going to puff up. So nothing should really go over. Saw that our gravy came to a simmer already. I don't feel any flour on the bottom of the pot, so that's really good. And it looks like a nice consistency too. So I'm gonna turn that down to a low heat now. And oven fan is going on high because it is starting to smell very smoky in here. So one quick mix of our Yorkie batter. The oven is low. No, the oven is really, really high, like 450. Just I had my fan over top of the oven on low because it's pretty noisy. Okay, I'm gonna be over here. And then we might have to give our rutabagas a little mix too. It seems like the 2 ounces in the regular size muffin tin is perfect. Brings it right up to the 3/4 mark. Ouch. Turn this around without burning myself. And then those should take about 10 minutes. And we got 11. Boom. Close that up. And it says no peeking. No peeking, guys. Hey, Buff. Happy you're in here, man. Got a nice little prime rib dinner going tonight. Just got the Yorkies in. I'm gonna do 5-minute timer. Just so we can check it halfway through, and beans are going on high. Mushrooms are looking good. You want your booze table from work? Yeah, an entire booze table. Sounds beautiful, Strike Nun. I mean, just this block alone. Amazing. I can't even imagine a full table. Finally back in the UK, nice. It was brined, no. We did rotisserie. It's resting from this interesting way of resting it. So we're cooking out of Matty Matheson cookbook today. He did a rotisserie prime rib in the RONCO. So we should have something looking along the lines of that to serve up. And I think it took around 2 hours. Okay, let's mix this garlic into here. Smelling so good. You always need some kind of garlicky component when you're serving beef. So lobster mushrooms and chanterelles. Nice and chunky. Gonna be so good with the gravy. Just wanna give it a little taste. Just need a touch of salt. But other than that, really nice earthy flavor. And then for the green beans, we're just gonna bring those up to a simmer. Simmer them for a couple of minutes until they turn a nice deep green. Strain that out. Dress them with a little bit of olive oil, lemon zest, and some cheese. I got the prime rib to 120 Fahrenheit. And then we took it out to rest, and we're resting it for 50 minutes is what we'll be at. Yeah, we're still going dust. About 10-ish minutes until we plate up. So very, very soon. If you want to see the end, this is the time to be here. Because yeah, we've been going for a while already today. I didn't think this was going to take this long. Okay, mushrooms are off. Love the way that those turned out. So simple. Beans are just coming up to a simmer. Let's taste our gravy. Make sure it's seasoned enough. Pajama Monster fell asleep, Buff. The smell of the roast cooking was too much. Mmm. So beefy, it just needs some salt. That's great. But it's not too heavy. Sometimes you don't want a really heavy gravy. Need a gravy boat for this. Okay, it said no peeking in the oven, so I'm gonna peek through the towels. Yorkies are just starting to pop. I hope they turn out, that's all I can say. Because nothing crazy is happening right now. Yeah, I peeked. It knows now. Now it's wrecked. You did not miss it, Crux. You did not miss it. Yeah, it's napping. It's right here in the background. Okay, let's toss these beans around, get a nice even cook. The water is salted. Looks like maybe a minute or two more. These guys are really thin, so you don't want them to go mushy on us. Everything is coming together really nicely. I will wake the pajama monster when I start carving up. Getting our board out now. Oh, I spoke too soon. We be poppin'. We be poppin'. I do this every single time to myself when I make Yorkshire puddings. It's like, ugh, they're not gonna work out. And for the most part, they always worked out. Those rutas are getting some nice color on them as well. Let's test one. Oh, it's perfect. Nicely seasoned. Still got that little bit of like crunch to them where it kind of squeaks on your teeth. So let's strain out our water now. I'm gonna not put those back on the burner because they'll keep cooking. Lemon and Asiago. And it's already seasoned. So just to kind of coat, just a little bit of olive oil. The cheese will do a nice coating on its own though. Cheesy beans with a touch of lemon to cut all of the richness of this meal. And just give that a quick taste before we say those are done. Let's take that one because it wants to escape. Yep. I am so good with that. All right, one last peek. Oh, baby, they are popping. It's like you look one time and it's not doing much, and then you look back and it's huge. Yeah, lemon and Asiago. That one volunteered, it's true. I think I'm gonna do just a quick rotate. Check out these rudas. I know I wasn't supposed to open, but they already popped, so we're good. Yeah, that feels perfect. Look at the nice color we got. We got a full stove here, full of so many good things for you. Okay, I'm just going to shut the oven off for the Yorkies because we need to carve up a piece of meat, guys. Just gonna wake the bear. Waking the bear because we're carving meat. We're carving the meat. It's time to eat. No, we're carving the meat. Yeah, the carving board is where people always crowd around, hey? They know. If they know what's good for them, they will hover. I think those will be just fine. All right, so unwrapping. Look at the juices that we got. We'll just put that right back into the gravy. And I feel like it's probably a good idea to unwrap this on this piece because the cutting board might get full of juices. So first time for me doing this method of resting where you wrap it really tight with saran. Apparently it's supposed to keep kind of breaking down the collagen in the meat after you take it off the heat and make it like a beautiful kind of pink throughout. So we'll see. We will see. I'm very intrigued in this. Thanks for the host, New York Slice. It sure smells amazing. I don't know if it's better than wrapping with foil. Like I said, this was my first time doing it, so I don't know what to think yet. Until we carve into the beef, then we can really know if it's good or not. Okay, so just pouring that drippings into our gravy, finish off our jus. Just gonna have a quick taste of our rutabaga, make sure we're good. Okay. Do we want it bone in? Or do we want to carve the bone off first? I know that these bones were kind of funny, so I might carve the bones off to begin with. First, we got to cut the string. That's the worst thing you can do, is serve your prime rib with the string still on it. I know it might take off a little bit of our crust, but we'll be okay. Oh, whatever that is, I need. The heck? So prime rib, the guide was 15 minutes a pound. And this size of roast, which going into the oven was around 10 pounds. This took us around 2 hours. Yeah, sharing is caring, crux. The rub, simply just salt and pepper. Just a simple salt and pepper. It wasn't recommended to put any garlic or herbs because it might burn from the element in the rotisserie because it's quite hot. Tastiest strings ever. 100% would eat the strings if there was nothing else. Guys, round 2 of trying to wake up the bear. The first time didn't work. I mean, it's understandable though. We're trying to wake up a bear. Even the ends, yeah. I mean, we didn't even season the end. Insane. Okay. So up to you if you want to leave meat on the ribs when you carve it off. But I don't think I'm gonna leave too much meat on the ribs. So the ribs have a little curve to them. So just keep that in mind when you're carving them off of the roast. Oh man, oh man. I'm not going to show you guys the underside. Ribs going back into the dripping pan. It's the safest place for them. Yeah, what are we going to do 2020 when we stop blaming Sammy? Honestly, Cookie, I don't think I'd give the ribs to the dog because they're going to be too salty. If they were unseasoned, then yes. All right, we're going in. We're going in. End piece. Nice medium. You want thick or thin? Which you like?
Thick.
Sammy likes the slab. I think I like slab too. Remember, the center is always going to be more rare than the ends. This piece, though. Looks heavenly. I'm glad I took it out when I did. If we would have went any longer, possibly would have gone over. Look as we're slicing though. We're not losing any juices. So maybe that resting technique is really, really good. Because look at that. Like, there's the sheen. You guys couldn't really see before how juicy it is. But now it's just running. So we rested it for just under an hour. Just under an hour. Okay, that is picture perfect. So I'm gonna take a quick photo of that on its own. And then we're plating. We got all the goods. Yeah, centerpiece is where it's at. Excuse me for a sec. Well, actually, I should go from this side. Maybe not. Yosh. I was aiming for somewhere around medium rare, so this is perfect. Take it out of the oven at 120 Fahrenheit, let it rest for an hour, and it'll bring you up. And for the one more magical reveal of the night, Sammy.
What? You did good. Those look awesome.
We popped. Yeah, we poofed and popped. We got 11 of them from that recipe. I'm happy with those. Hey, how about that? Yorkies and some beef. Thanks, Thomas. It's really nice when things just work how they should. Because as we know with cooking, sometimes that just doesn't happen. Oh, you, yeah, go change your pants. You found the mushrooms too, Sammy? Perfect. Okay, now I'm getting in here. So going over to the stove, grabbing some rutabaga, green beans.
This is the best way to wake up.
Sammy's up. He's back with us.
Nice squeaky beans.
Yep.
Lobster mushrooms.
Okay, now our meat. Can you please just cut the little end piece off? I just know it won't fit on my plate. We didn't spend a lot of time on the mushies, Hojerific, because the lobsters were sous vide already from earlier this year. And then all I did was add some winter chanterelles to them to kind of bring everything together. This is me so far. Now I'm gonna go in for our wild mushrooms and obviously the gravy. Those will go together really nicely. need to move this out, please. Hold this. Okay. My fancier plating. And then I did this for you guys.
Really good job on those.
We need our popper.
This is a Sunday dinner for sure.
I don't think I've ever made us a Sunday dinner like this. Heck yeah, I would totally have horseradish with this, but I rarely keep it in the house. Move your plate over a bit, please, towards you. Thanks. The sheen on that gravy, guys, because of the beef fat, so good. Sammy, you're not saying anything. There's nothing to say? Okay. How's the meat, by the way? Do you taste a difference from the rotisserie compared to the oven?
No.
He doesn't taste a difference. Okay, let's flatten this out now. Build it up to break it all down. I'm getting in here. Like the amount, excuse me, of rib cap compared to eye on this, very good ratios. We paid for a really nice roast. The rib cap alone, what does this sell for?
$55 a pound.
So the rib cap in beef is the most expensive piece you can buy. It's $55 a pound. Okay, this looks really nice and tender. Mmm. It's good. It's so good, we just close our eyes. I did upgrade my phone, Hojerific, yeah. It was actually cheaper for me to upgrade to the Pro 11 Max than to keep my original phone plan, and so far so good. That's what we were using for the rotisserie cam, was my iPhone. Just cut that off, save it for last. Like Sam did. Okay, let's try our ruta. Herbed up with some thyme and rosemary. Adds such a nice sweetness to the dish. These are really nice and light, not too heavy, nice crispy outside. Mmm. Mm-hmm. They're not soaked through with oil, which can sometimes happen. I'm sorry for what everyone witnessed today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that currently we cannot cook for you. You gotta go way less. It's like I want to, but I can't. Midnight popper sandwiches. Cookie, you're dangerously close to a meal request. I think Sam is too. Keep them coming, guys. I mean, the more requests you have, the easier it is for me to make the menu plan for the week. Yeah, sorry, but also not sorry, Hojerific. Hashtag not sorry. Okay, so it seems like everyone raided us today. Is there anyone left for us to go raid? Is there anyone left? What are we feeling? I know, it's tough to end this stream. We're not ready. But don't worry, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with another beefy stream. And, guys, don't be scared to have a suggestion for a raid as well. It doesn't have to be food and drink related either. Sushi Day, yeah, we raided them yesterday, but I mean, we can do a double raid if we want. Or, actually, it looks like Miss Molly Makes is raising money for charity, so let's do that instead. Since everyone supported us when we were raising money for charity, let's go support Miss Molly. An Australian streamer. Actually, I'm gonna do this differently. Okay, guys. Thank you all for the wonderful, crazy stream that we had today. So many raids, so many gifted subs and biddies. I appreciate it so much. So welcome in all my new people. I guess I deserved that too, didn't I? Hopefully see you all tomorrow. We'll be working during the day, so I won't be starting until around 5 p.m. PST is my time. So I hope you guys all have a wonderful night or day wherever you are, and enjoy the day tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully I inspired you to make a delicious Sunday dinner for yourself next week. All right, guys. With that, we bid adieu.
Have a great night,
Night.
everyone. See you tomorrow.
Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye.